Hellenic History by George Willis Botsford, Chapter 18. The Peloponnesian War to the beginning of the Sicilian expedition, 431 to 415. Causes of the war, conflicting political principles. Among the most powerful disintegrating forces referred to at the close of the last chapter was the long war between the Athenians and the Peloponnesians, begun in 431. From the conclusion of the 30 years' truce of 445 to this date, peace had been maintained in spite of an ever-growing antipathy between the two powers. Among the causes of hostility was an Athenian claim to leadership generally considered incompatible with the liberties of individual states and with the long-established policy of Lacedaemon. The Athenians asserted that their hegemony had been forced upon them by Sparta's unwillingness to continue the war with Persia, that circumstances not under their control had converted the confederacy into an empire, and that, though they had been compelled thus to usurp an authority, they had made good their right to it by a justice and a moderation unparalleled in history. Against this claim their enemies, particularly the Corinthians, charging Athens with the enslavement of her allies and with the design of reducing other Hellenes to servitude, called upon Lacedaemon to take the lead in putting down the tyrant. The Spartans, who for generations had been opposed to despotism, still considered themselves champions of the principle of city sovereignty, and were so regarded by their allies. The feeling of mankind was strongly on the side of the Lacedaemonians, for they professed to be the liberators of Hellas. States and individuals were eager to assist them to the utmost, both by word and by deed, for the general indignation against the Athenians was intense. Some were longing to be delivered from them, others fearful of falling under their sway. A conflict of economic interests. Athenian designs upon Megara. A more particular cause of the war lay in a conflict of interests between Athens and individual allies of Lacedaemon. An article of the Treaty of 445 had provided for the open door in commerce between the Athenian Empire and Peloponnese. Recently, however, the Athenians, alleging that the Megarians had encroached upon sacred land near the border and had sheltered runaway slaves, retaliated by excluding the offending state from the harbors and markets of the empire. Megara depended economically upon Athens, whose real object undoubtedly was to force the little Isthmian country into her empire in order to secure harborage on the Corinthian Gulf. To the commercial class at Athens, and to the multitude of urban artisans and laborers, the future prosperity of the city seemed to depend on an enlargement of trade relations with Italy and Sicily. Doubtless Pericles, too, who was concerned for the food supply, looked to the harvests of the West to make good any possible shortage of importation from Egypt or the Black Sea. Athenian interest in Corcyra and in western Hellas. The same motive led the Athenians to interfere in a war between Corinth and her colony Corcyra, and to accept an alliance proposed by the latter. Among the arguments for an alliance, the Corcyrian ambassadors stated that, besides offering many other advantages, Corcyra is conveniently situated for the coast voyage to Italy and Sicily. It stands in the way of any fleet coming from thence to Peloponnese, and can also protect a fleet on its way to Sicily. Should Athens succeed in these ambitions, her merchant vessels and her war galleys could save time and risk by sailing from the western shore of Megaris through the Corinthian Gulf to Corcyra and thence to southern Italy. The Athenian commercial menace to Peloponnese. The economic motive to the war had a still wider scope. The rise of Piraeus had destroyed the prosperity of Aegina and was choking the industrial and commercial life of both Megara and Corinth. Athenian supremacy at sea threatened to cut Peloponnese off from the rest of the world. In a congress of Sparta's allies, deputies from Corinth clearly described this situation. Those among us who have ever had dealings with the Athenians do not require to be warned against them. But such as live inland and not on any maritime highway should clearly understand that, if they do not protect the seaboard, they will not be able to carry their produce to the sea, or to receive in exchange the goods which the sea gives to the land. They should not lend a careless ear to our words, for they nearly concern them. They should remember that if they desert the cities on the coast, the danger may someday reach them. Fear of the increasing political power of Athens. The real reason for the war, however, asserts Thucydides, was not the complaints of allies in Congress, but Sparta's fear of the Athenians and their increasing power. The statement is true in the sense that this was Sparta's motive, and that if she had not engaged in the war, either it would not have occurred or would have been carried on by only a few of her allies, and hence would have remained relatively insignificant. Athenian party politics as a cause. The attitude of Pericles toward the war may only be inferred from circumstances. The oligarchic opposition, disorganized by the banishment of Thucydides, had recovered strength, but not daring as yet to attack him openly, it assailed his friends and helpers. First, his enemies prosecuted Phaedius on the charge of having embezzled some of the gold entrusted to him for use on the statue of Athena. Though ready to prove his innocence, he was thrown into prison, where he died while awaiting his trial. Next, they prosecuted Aspasia for immoral conduct and impiety, but the tears of Pericles won the judges to a favorable verdict. About the same time, one of his opponents proposed and carried a decree for instituting legal proceedings against all persons who disbelieved in religion and held views of their own regarding the heavenly bodies. As this resolution was aimed at Anaxagoras, Pericles advised the philosopher to avoid trouble by retiring from Athens. Finally, they threatened Pericles himself with prosecution for embezzlement of public funds. Had they succeeded in overthrowing him, they would doubtless have attempted to set up an oligarchy and to return to political dependence on Lacedaemon. To avoid this danger, Pericles felt compelled to seek support in the industrial and commercial class, which was determined upon political expansion. At the same time, it appeared to him that sooner or later a trial of arms with Peloponnese was inevitable. It was better, then, that it should come while he was still in the prime of life, and Athens in excellent military condition. Hence he persuaded his countrymen to oppose every concession to the Peloponnesians. The resources of the opposing powers. Knowing better than any contemporary the resources of Athens and her enemy, Pericles had ground for confidence. Arrayed against his state were the forces of nearly all Peloponnese, of the Boeotian confederacy under Theban leadership, of lesser allies in the center and west of the peninsula. The enemy could invade Attica with a force of 30,000 heavy infantry, but could not remain long in the country because most of the Peloponnesians were small farmers, who personally tilled their lands, and because they had to bring their food supplies with them. They could devastate the fields, but could accomplish nothing against the strong fortifications of Athens and Piraeus. The industry and commerce of Athens would continue so long as her fleets commanded the sea. The idea of borrowing from the treasuries of Delphi and Olympia for building a Peloponnesian navy, though suggested, proved an idle dream. Against the almost total lack of public funds among the enemy could be reckoned 6,000 talents stored in the treasuries on the Acropolis and an annual income from tributes and other sources amounting to about 1,000 talents. Pericles' plan of conducting the war. The plan of Pericles, therefore, was to bring the entire population of the country, with their movable goods, into the city and permit the devastation of the fields, for an open battle with the superior force of the enemy could not be risked. Meantime, with his fleet, he would ravage the coasts of Peloponnese and cut off its commerce. Thus, while partially compensating the Athenians for damage to their fields, he would gradually force the enemy to a more favorable peace than that of 445. Gathering of the population into the city. The cold, calculating plan of Pericles subjected Athenian nature to an excessive strain. Notwithstanding the rapid growth of city economy, The bulk of the population still resided in the country, and still depended in large part on farming. They had restored their fields and country houses after the Persian invasion, and through favoring economic conditions, they had developed a prosperity scarcely known in any other Greek country. It is impossible for us to appreciate their fond attachment to their local shrines, whose small gods, they thought, were more sympathetic protectors than the mighty warden of the Acropolis. They gathered perforce behind the walls, where few had houses of their own or hospitable friends. Most had to live in a barrack, an outhouse, a hovel, a shed, in nests of the rock where the vultures are bred, in tubs and in huts and in towers of the wall. The first year of the war, 431, the funeral oration. When they heard that a Peloponnesian army was ravaging the country, cutting down orchards and destroying the ripe grain in the fields, they longed to go forth and fight the enemy. Gathering in knots in the streets, they complained bitterly of their plight, and laid the whole blame of the war and their losses upon Pericles. The great statesman, who had dispatched a fleet to ravage the Peloponnesian coast, maintained his policy at home in spite of opposition. In the autumn, he persuaded the people to decree a reserve of 1,000 talents, to be used only in case of an attack by sea, and of 100 of their best triremes to be ready always for the defense of Piraeus. In his naval operations and in diplomacy he had made real gains, and was undoubtedly pleased with the results. After the campaign, the remains of those who had fallen in battle during the summer were solemnly conveyed in procession to the state cemetery in Ceramacus, a beautiful spot outside the walls, and interred amid the lamentation of their kin, citizens and medics, women and men. After the burial, Pericles addressed the people in a funeral oration commented on in an earlier chapter. The custom was followed year by year throughout the war. The pestilence, 430 and after. In the second year there was the usual invasion of Attica by the Peloponnesians and the Athenian voyage of desolation along the Peloponnesian coastland. In fact, these operations were as a rule repeated during the early period of the war. The season had not far advanced, however, before a terrible plague, beginning in Africa south of Egypt, reached Piraeus. As no aqueduct had yet been built to the port town, the inhabitants had to depend upon cistern water, and these circumstances aggravated the malady. Soon it passed up between the long walls to Athens. The population of both cities was densely packed. They lacked the necessities of life. There was no sewerage or any efficient sanitation. The victims were seized with fierce internal fevers, accompanied by horrible symptoms minutely described in the pages of Thucydides. Ordinarily, they died on the 7th or 9th day. To be taken with the pest meant death, but those who almost miraculously recovered were thereafter practically immune. As is usual in such calamities, this plague called forth the noblest heroism. Physicians and relatives bravely sacrificed their lives in devotion to duty or in love of kin. At the same time, it awakened in Athens the most beastly appetites and passions that dwell in depraved human nature. We shall die tomorrow, let us yield today to every rabid desire. Fully a third of the population was swept away, and those who survived were totally unmanned. The discouragement was all the greater because at the beginning of the war Apollo had promised aid to the foe, and the people now attributed the plague to his enmity. The end of Pericles, 429. Humbly they sought peace of Sparta, but repulsed by her, they turned against Pericles as the author of their woes. In spite of all he could say in defense of his policy, they suspended him from office and fined him. Having thus satisfied their resentment, they soon afterward re-elected him general with absolute power. He survived the beginning of the war only 2 years and 6 months. After his death, the people learned his value by bitter experience. For he had told the Athenians that if they would be patient and would attend to their navy, and not seek to enlarge their dominion while the war was going on, nor imperil the existence of the city, they would be victorious. These words were undoubtedly true, The misfortunes afterward suffered came through deviations from his policy. The silent revolution marked by his death. Thus passed away the only man who stood sufficiently high above all individuals and parties to command universal respect. In his death, the Eupatrids lost their hold upon the government, whose leadership passed to men of the industrial class, such as Cleon the tanner, who, unable to win the powerful support of the old nobility and of the moderate class, had to resort to lower politics and cater to the baser and more brutal desires and instincts of the populace. The revolution thus silently effected was as great as the century-long conflict at Rome which opened the consulship to the plebeians, and in its immediate consequences far more sweeping, for in her war with Peloponnese, Athens lost through the death of Pericles centralization of leadership and continuity of policy. The economic burden of the war. The details of the various expeditions of the earlier years of the war, small defeats and victories, the capture or loss of points of vantage, have little interest for the student of Greek life. To the majority of the population, as explained above, the war was a grievous affliction, aggravated by the plague, which in a less violent form recurred annually for several years. The income of citizens and state was vastly diminished. No land could be tilled beyond the neighborhood of Athens and Piraeus. The work in the mines of Laurium nearly ceased, and in spite of the Athenian naval supremacy, commerce was hampered by buccaneers and by the squadrons of the enemy. The port dues correspondingly shrank, while the delinquencies in the tributes accumulated, and the dues from Caria were collected only by military expeditions, which sometimes ended in disaster. Whereas the revenues diminished, the expenses enormously increased. For a time, the difference was met by loans from the funds of Athena and of the other gods, at the rate of about 800 talents a year. In 428, Lesbos, which alone with Chios had remained an independent ally, revolted. In the face of this new peril, and of the rapid melting away of the reserve, the Athenians for the first time in the war resorted to a direct tax for raising 200 talents, which was probably repeated during the next 2 years. Relative to the expenses, the sum was slight, but it weighed heavily upon unproductive lands and on citizens already loaded down with expensive public services. Longings for peace. Under these circumstances, the feelings of the Athenians toward the war were so mixed as to be difficult of analysis. Undoubtedly, the intellectuals and the landed aristocracy longed for peace. Most farmers of moderate wealth would gladly have received their discharge from hoplite service, and be granted the opportunity, in peace, to re-establish their ruined fields. Rapidly as the growth of their civilization with its humane spirit, a love of peace and of her occupations had permeated all classes. In the first year of the war, Euripides could address the Athenians as inhabitants of a country preeminently of peace, wisdom, harmony, music, and love. O happy the race in the ages olden, of Erechtheus, the seed of the blessed god's line, in a land unravaged, peace enfolden, aye quaffing of wisdom's glorious wine. Ever through air clear shining brightly, as on wings uplifted, pacing lightly, where Harmonia, they tell, of the tresses golden, grew, sown by the Muses, the stainless nine. Militaristic motives. The desire of gain, however, helped keep the war going. Merchants and mechanics expected to suffer little from it, and might hope to extend their business through conquests, while the poor found a livelihood in naval service, or looked to the enlargement of the empire for increased tributes and a lengthened payroll. Throughout the masses of citizens, the patriotic motive was strong, and added to it was a thirst for vengeance on the invaders of their fields. In their eyes, one who dares speak of peace is a traitor. Who has dared, Father Zeus, gods of heaven, to make a truce? Who has pledged faith with those who are evermore our foes? Upon whom war I make for my ruined vineyard's sake, and I ne'er from the strife will give over. No, and I ne'er will forbear, till I pierce them in return, like a reed sharply barbed, dagger pointed, and they learn not to tread down my vines any more. The Revolt of Lesbos, 428 to 427. The years 428 and 427 were made anxious by the revolt of Lesbos. In the midsummer of the latter year, however, after trying every other resource, the Lesbian oligarchs armed the commoners, who lost little time in forcing an unconditional surrender to Athens. Exasperated by the revolt and wishing to strike terror into the hearts of all disaffected allies, the Athenians voted to put to death all the grown-up citizens of Mytilene, and to enslave the women and children. The upholder of this policy of terrorism was Cleon. Immediately repenting, however, they gathered again in assembly on the morrow, reversed the cruel sentence, and limited the punishment of death to the few most guilty. The lands of the rebels, however, were confiscated and divided among Athenian colonists. Widening of the war area and the increase of the tribute. Athens was now in a position to widen the field of her operations. She sent aid to her friends in Sicily, and a naval force under Demosthenes seized and held Pylos on the western coast of Peloponnese. Of the force sent to its rescue, nearly 300 Spartans fell into the hands of the Athenians. Cleon, who had brought a reinforcement to Demosthenes during the struggle over Pylos, reaped the fruit of the victory. He was given a seat of honor in the theater and the lifelong right to dine in the Prytaneum. He stood without a rival in the leadership of the state. Under his influence, Athens, emboldened by her brilliant success, increased the tribute of her allies to a nominal total probably of 1,460 talents, a sum considerably greater than the amount actually collected. The volume of money in circulation had greatly expanded, prices had correspondingly risen, and the wealth of the allies under the peace of Athens had multiplied. All these circumstances had rendered the increase of the tribute both necessary and relatively just. Other ordinary revenues brought the total income of the imperial city to 1,500 talents. The Athenians themselves were relieved of their burdensome direct taxes and were enabled to increase the pay of their officials and to prosecute the war with greater energy. In vain the conservatives stood against Cleon, the real, though not the nominal, author of this measure. In vain Aristophanes sought in his comedy of the Knights to crush him with ridicule and contempt. Although without military experience, he was elected general in the spring of 424 and became more popular and more dominant than ever. The tide turns against Athens, 424, a year's truce, 423. The Athenians followed up their success at Pylos by seizing other commanding positions along the Peloponnesian coast. But in an attempt to conquer Boeotia, they were disastrously beaten at Delium. It was still more unfortunate for Athens that Brasidas, Sparta's ablest general, found the weak point in the Athenian Empire. The only part assailable by a land army, Chalcidice and its Thracian neighborhood. With a small force he stole northward, and appearing before Amphipolis, persuaded that important city to revolt. These reverses induced the Athenian majority again to think of peace. A truce of 1 year was followed by a renewal of the war. Before Amphipolis, an engagement took place, in which both Brasidas and Cleon, the chief obstacles to peace, were killed. War weariness, peace of Nicias, 421. Both sides were disappointed with the results of the war. The Peloponnesians had hoped to bring Athens to speedy terms by invading her territory, but had accomplished nothing in this direction, and they now saw their coast ravaged, their commerce cut off, and slaves and helots incited to desertion or rebellion by permanent garrisons on their border. In place of the naval supremacy they had hoped to win, they saw their war galleys as well as their merchant ships swept from the seas. Athens, too, could balance her gains by as heavy losses in life and money. The reserves in the Acropolis were nearly exhausted. The main sources of prosperity had been choked by invasions, and the temper of the allies under their double load of taxation was ominous. Under these circumstances, the peace party, always strong, gained a majority in the assembly. Their leader was Nicias, a man of great wealth and of respectable family. In the spring of 421, he negotiated the peace which bears his name. The joys of peace. Although the terms of peace were kept by neither side, the Lacedaemonians and the Athenians refrained from invading each other's territory for a period of 7 years. To most of the Athenians, apart from armorers and others whom war nourished, peace came as a boundless joy. The marketplace overflowed with an unwonted happy life, as provisions grew more plentiful and prices dropped. The Megarian came with his garlic, salt, and figs, while the Theban brought a greater variety of wares, small articles of handicraft, and the fish and fowl of Lake Copaeus. The men of Athens welcomed such comers, and prayed for a continuance of the prosperity. Moreover, we pray that our marketplace may be furnished each day with a goodly display, and for garlic and cucumbers early and rare, pomegranates and apples in heaps to be there, and wee little coats for our servants to wear, and Boeotia to send us her pigeons and widgeons, and her geese and her plovers, the plentiful creels, once more from Copaeus to journey with eels, and for us to be hustling and tussling and bustling, with gourmands together besieging the stall to purchase a fish. To the noise of barter was added the hum of Boeotian bagpipes. Theban, and now, you minstrels, that needs would follow us all the way from Thebes, blow wind in the tail of your bagpipes, puff away. Athenian, get out, what wind has brought him here, I wonder? A parcel of hornets buzzing about the door. You humble bumble drones, get out, get out. Return to the farms. The piece of Aristophanes, presented at the Greater Dionysia of 421, represents the rural party as even more delighted with the new conditions. They had suffered long from the war-loving demagogues and from the military officers, who had treated them with far less favor than the city folk. But now, released from service on the fleet and from constant military drill at the Lyceum, they promise to be milder and more yielding as jurors, while they return with youthful zest to repairing their country homes. Farmer. Oh yes, the farmers all may go, back to their homes, farm implements and all. You can leave your darts behind you, yea, for sword and spear shall cease. All things all around are teeming with the mellow gifts of peace. Shout your paeans, march away to labor in your fields today. Chorus, farmers. Day most welcome to the farmers and to all the just and true. Now I see you, I am eager once again my vines to view. And the fig trees which I planted in my boyhood's early prime, I would fain salute and visit after such a weary time. Farmer. Yes, by Zeus, the well-armed mattock seems to sparkle as we gaze, and the burnished pitchforks glitter in the sun's delighted rays. Very famously, with those will they clear the vineyard rows, so that I myself am eager homeward to my farm to go, breaking up the little furrows long neglected with the hoe. Rural pleasures and recreations. It was not merely to hard labor in the fields that the rustics trooped away on the signing of the treaty, but also to rural pleasures, for the farmer was a Greek with the Greek view of life. In the midst of labors he found in homely festivals, in the gathering of friends to a simple meal in his house, rest from fatigues and an invigoration to future effort. Ah, there's nothing half so sweet as when the seed is in the ground, God a gracious rain is sending, and a neighbor saunters round. O Camarchides, he hails me. How shall we enjoy the hours? Drinking seems to suit my fancy, what with these benignant showers. Therefore let 3 quarts, my mistress, of your kidney beans be fried. Mix them nicely up with barley, and your choicest figs provide. Sirrah, run and shout to Manes, call him in without delay. 'Tis no time to stand and dawdle, pruning out the vines today, nor to break the clods about them, now the ground is soaking through. Bring me out from home the field fare, bring me out the siskins too. Then there ought to be some beestings, 4 good plates of hare besides. Ha! unless the cat purloined them yesterday at eventide. Something scuffled in the pantry, something made a noise and fuss. If you find them, once for father, bring the other 3 to us. Ask Aiscanades to send us myrtle branches green and strong. Bid Carinades attend us, shouting as you pass along. Then we'll sit and drink together, God the while refreshing, blessing all the labors of our hands. Peace forever. About the same time Euripides, in the Suppliants, expresses the wish that the short span of human life be free henceforth from the harsh toils of war. Hapless mortals, why do ye get you spears and deal out death to fellow men? Stay, from such toils forbear, and peaceful mid the peaceful ward your towns. Short is life's span, behooves to pass through this softly as may be, not with travail torn. Rise of Alcibiades, renewal of hostilities, 418. However desirable the peace, the Lacedaemonians could not compel their allies to fulfill the terms. For her own security, therefore, Sparta entered into a close defensive union with Athens. The Peloponnesian League dissolved. Elis and Mantinea joined the Argives. Hereupon Athens, breaking her treaty with Lacedaemon, sent a force to the aid of Argos. The new policy of Athens was due to Alcibiades, nephew of Pericles. Handsome, brilliant, and daring, this young man had been petted and spoiled by kinsfolk and fellow citizens. He deported himself in reckless violation of law and custom. Saturated in sophistic instruction, he recognized no principle but self-seeking. Experience in campaigning and personal fascination gave him, 420, the generalship, which he used in rehabilitating the war party, for he hoped by war to advance his own interest. Under other commanders, the allied forces were disastrously beaten at Mantinea, 418, by the Lacedaemonians, who thereupon restored their league in Peloponnese, made a new treaty with Argos, and left Athens isolated. Political machinations at Athens, ostracism of Hyperbolus, 417. The whole enterprise was a serious blow to the cause of peace in Hellas. The defeat robbed Athens of her advantageous position, and should have meant the overthrow of the young politician who was chiefly responsible for it. With this understanding of the situation, Nicias, who had stood consistently for peace, now hoped to overthrow Alcibiades by a vote of ostracism. There was, however, a third party to the political struggle, Hyperbolus, the lamp maker, who, with no knowledge of military affairs, had risen from the industrial class to the leadership of those Athenians who looked to war for gain. Sophistic training had made him an orator, and as Cleon's successor, though evidently inferior in ability, he dreamed of conquering Sicily and even of assailing Carthage. It was probably fear of overthrow that led Alcibiades to suggest to Nicias the advisability of joining forces to rid themselves of a man so hateful to both. The result was the ostracism of Hyperbolus, 417. Increased stability of the state, milder political warfare. It was the last use of this institution. Ancient writers supposed that ostracism was discredited by being applied to so worthless a character. Probably, however, the Athenians felt that it had been misused in the banishment of a man who did not endanger the state, and certainly it was now exceedingly difficult to bring together 6,000 persons in the assembly. Furthermore, the state was at length too secure to be readily endangered by an individual, and statesmen found in the writ against illegality a sufficient though milder weapon for assailing opponents. These we may assume to be the chief grounds for the discontinuance of ostracism. Revival of the war spirit, massacre of the Melians, 416. The event increased the importance of Alcibiades, whose war policy continually grew in favor with the Athenians. Under his influence they besieged and captured the island of Melos, a Lacedaemonian colony. As all Aegean lands were necessarily protected by Athens, there was a certain degree of justice in the policy of compelling all to pay a share of the tribute. The conquerors, however, put to death the grown men and enslaved the women and children. This abnegation of human kindliness, this resort to brute force, though practiced also by the Peloponnesians, aroused universal hatred and fear, and gave to enemies a certain justification for the overthrow of Athens, which in spite of such blots remained the most humane state in the ancient world. End of chapter 18. Chapter 19. The Sicilian Expedition and the Last Years of the War. Part 1. Italy and Sicily before the expedition, 474 to 415. Italy after 474. Meantime, events were happening in Italy and Sicily which affected the destiny of the Hellenic race. The great naval battle off Cumae marks the beginning of the decline of the Etruscans. Their devotion to luxury, their lack of a strong central authority, and after no long time the aggressions of the barbarous Gauls brought political stagnation and finally decay. Rome and the Latins, however receptive of Hellenic culture, however martial in spirit and in organization, remained more than a century too weak for an imperial policy. Meanwhile, it was left to the Sabellians, a numerous virile people of the interior, to succeed the Etruscans as the dominant power. Sabellians and Greeks. Their aggressive movements were caused by overpopulation. In the latter half of the 5th century, they poured down into the fertile district about the Bay of Naples. They seized Etruscan Capua, 438, then Hellenic Cumae, 421, and, with the exception of Naples, the whole region, henceforth known as Campania. The conquest by no means rested here. Farther south, the territory about the Gulf of Salerno fell into their hands. Poseidonia, the seat of a beautiful temple to Poseidon, was among the captive cities, about 400. Its inhabitants forgot their native speech and adopted the institutions and habits of the conquerors. Once a year, however, they held a Hellenic festival, in which they recalled their ancient speech and customs and wept over the loss of them. In this region, Aelia alone, a small state yet organized for defense by her philosophers, maintained her independence. Those Sabellians, who had thus advanced into southern Italy, were grouped in one powerful tribe, or federation of tribes, known as the Lucanians. At this time they were the strongest and most aggressive people of the peninsula. Most of the Greek cities which remained free formed a close defensive alliance against them. These states were in general highly prosperous. The Sabellians adopted from them their useful arts, their armor, and even the Pythagorean philosophy. Prosperity of Hellenic Sicily after 474. Sicily, too, had wars with the natives of the interior, but they were less formidable and gradually yielded to the political supremacy as well as to the culture of Hellas. The republics had their internal struggles with demagogues of tyrannic aspiration or with the rising ochlocracy, but these troubles were little hindrance to their material and intellectual prosperity. The Sicilians traded with the mother country, with Latium, and far more extensively with Carthage. Increasing wealth brought the citizens comforts unknown to the motherland. Fine soft garments, gold and silver plate, expensive furniture including especially luxurious beds and sofas. At Syracuse, the art of cookery reached a high degree of perfection, and the well-to-do rode in comfortable carriages, while the richest men of Athens journeyed on foot, or at the best mounted saddle mules. The people of Acragas were building a magnificent temple to Zeus, those of Selinus a still greater temple to Apollo, second only to that of the Ephesian Artemis within the Hellenic world. In their luxuries, in the magnificence of their buildings, in the soft sensuousness of their fine arts, they departed widely from the Hellenic precept of self-restraint to assume a character and follow a career of their own. Syracusan ambition and Athenian interference. The intellectual progress of the Sicilians, their contribution to philosophy and rhetoric, has been mentioned in another connection. We have also considered the commercial relations of Athens with Italy and Sicily, leading to treaties with individual cities. This political interference was promoted by the growth of Syracuse in power and in ambition. She built a great fleet, increased her military force, and with the sympathy of her Doric neighbors, she began a policy of aggression against Leontini and other near-lying Chalcidic cities. Early in the Peloponnesian War, Leontini sent an embassy, headed by the famous rhetorician Gorgias, native of that city, to Athens, where his rhythmic prose entranced the Athenians, who never before had heard such musical discourse. They sent small aid, which accomplished little. 427. Part 2. The Expedition, 415 to 413. The Athenians decree an expedition to Sicily, 415. The triumphant rise of Alcibiades, however, meant a resumption of the policy of conquest, and nowhere opened so fair a field as Sicily. Segesta, a native city in alliance with Athens, asked protection against Selinus, and promised to pay the expenses of an expedition. This was the pretext for an invasion of Sicily. Nicias strenuously opposed the undertaking. His contention was that Athens needed all her strength for restoring and maintaining her empire, and for her own defense against Thebes and Peloponnese. Furthermore, even if Sicily could be conquered, it would be impossible to hold that great island in subjection. Against the judgment of Nicias, Alcibiades persuaded the Athenians to send a fleet of 134 triremes, conveying a force of 5,000 heavy infantry. The commanders were Nicias, Alcibiades, and Lamachus. The last named was a splendid old fighter who had learned warfare in the school of Pericles. The magnificent fleet. On the fleet, the greatest pains and expense had been lavished by the trierarchs and the state. The public treasury gave a drachma a day to each sailor, and furnished empty hulls for 60 swift sailing vessels, and for 40 transports carrying hoplites. All these ships were manned with the best crews which could be obtained. The trierarchs, besides the pay given by the state, added somewhat more from their own means to the wages of the upper ranks of rowers and of the petty officers. The figureheads and other fittings provided by them were of the most costly description. Every one strove to the utmost that his own ship might excel both in beauty and swiftness. The infantry had been well selected, and the lists carefully made up. There was the keenest rivalry among the soldiers in the matter of arms and personal equipment. While at home the Athenians were thus competing with one another in the performance of their several duties, to the rest of Hellas the expedition seemed to be a grand display of their power and greatness, rather than a preparation for war. If anyone had reckoned up the whole expenditure of 1. The state, 2. Individual soldiers and others, including in the first not only what the city had already laid out, but what was entrusted to the generals, and in the second what either at the time or afterward private persons spent upon their outfit, or the trierarchs upon their ships, the provision for the long voyage which everyone may be supposed to have carried with him over and above his public pay, and what soldiers or traders may have taken for purposes of exchange, he would have found that altogether an immense sum amounting to many talents was withdrawn from the city. Men were quite amazed at the boldness of the scheme and the magnificence of the spectacle, which were everywhere spoken of, no less than at the great disproportion of the force when compared with that of the enemy against whom it was intended. Never had a greater expedition been sent to a foreign land. Never was there an enterprise in which the hope of future success seemed to be better justified by actual power. Mutilation of the Hermae, 415. Some time before the departure of the expedition, the Athenians were horrified one morning to find that the Hermae in front of their doors had all been mutilated. These were square stone pillars, ending at the top in the head of Hermes or of some other god, and were highly venerated as the guardians of peace and public order. The people were seized with terror lest, as a step toward overthrowing the democracy, a band of conspirators might thus have attempted to deprive the city of her divine protectors. In a panic, the citizens assembled on the Pnyx and voted immunity and rewards to any who should inform against the perpetrators. On the mutilation of the Hermae, there was no disclosure. Probably it was the act of young men in a drunken frolic. Informers revealed the fact, however, that certain persons, among them Alcibiades, had profaned the Eleusinian mysteries by parodying them at private gatherings in the presence of the uninitiated. Democratic politicians, opposed to Alcibiades, schemed to bring him to trial for the sacrilege, but appreciating his popularity with the soldiers and sailors, they delayed the prosecution till the armament had sailed away. The incident proves that in spite of all progress in culture, the Athenian masses were as devoted as ever to the traditional religion. Condemnation and escape of Alcibiades, 415. After the departure of the fleet, the enemies of Alcibiades resumed their agitation against him. An indictment for sacrilege was drawn up against him by Thessalus, son of Cimon, and the Salaminia, an official trireme, sailed to Sicily to order his return. On the homeward voyage, he made his escape to Peloponnese, and finally took up his residence at Sparta. There his counsels proved most potent for the overthrow of his country. The Athenians in Sicily, 415 to 414. Meanwhile, the Athenian commanders, disagreeing as to plan, frittered away nearly a year in petty undertakings, wasting their resources, dispiriting their own men, and exciting contempt in the minds of the Sicilian Greeks. In the following year they besieged Syracuse, 414, but Lamachus was killed, and Nicias proved wholly incompetent for vigorous offensive. When autumn came, the besiegers were in wretched plight, and Nicias, having made no appreciable headway, would gladly have abandoned the siege, but dared not face the Athenians in assembly. When, however, they received his report, which detailed the condition of the armament, and asked that it be recalled or reinforced, the assembly, far from abandoning the enterprise, voted heavy reinforcements. Renewal of the war in Greece. Second expedition to Sicily, 413. Peloponnesians and Boeotians resumed the war and invaded Attica in the spring of 413. On the suggestion of Alcibiades, they established a permanent garrison at Decelea in northern Attica. As a result, the Athenians gave up their country homes and the farms and vineyards which they loved, and withdrew permanently into the city. Thousands of slaves deserted to the enemy, industry and commerce shrank, and the people were soon cramped with want. In spite of all these misfortunes, and of even greater dangers impending, they sent to Syracuse another great armament of 73 triremes, with 5,000 heavy infantry on board, under the command of Demosthenes, their ablest general. The persistence of the Athenians in their plan of conquest, and their energy in mustering for it all available resources in the midst of dangers at home, are marvelous. Disaster, 413. On his arrival at Syracuse, Demosthenes found the besiegers in a miserable condition. They had lost a naval battle in the harbor, and this failure, together with sickness and the want of material comforts, had robbed them of all courage. The only hope was an immediate success. The strenuous offensive of Demosthenes, however, utterly failed, and when he proposed to embark the army and sail away, an eclipse of the moon delayed the superstitious Nicias. Meanwhile, the Syracusans again defeated the Athenian fleet, after which they blocked the mouth of the harbor. Nothing remained to the besiegers but a retreat by land. The end. After great suffering and loss, the two divisions of the retreating army, led by Demosthenes and Nicias respectively, were hemmed in and compelled to surrender. Many were taken by individual Syracusans and privately sold into slavery. The two generals were put to death. The public prisoners, amounting to more than 7,000 Athenians and allies, were imprisoned in stone quarries. Packed together with their wounded and their dead in a cramped place, with no shelter from the rain or burning sun, with insufficient food and water, they suffered untold agony. After 10 weeks, the miserable survivors were rescued from these horrors, to be sold as slaves. Nothing was saved from the two glorious fleets that had sailed from Piraeus, and of the many who went forth, few returned home. A crisis in Hellenic history. It was a crisis in Hellenic history. The Athenians had had it in their means, with wise management, to build up a lasting power, the strongest in Hellas, to win recognition of their political leadership from many or all the other Greeks, and to lift their race to a political destiny worthy of its civilization. All these possibilities they sacrificed to a scheme of conquest ill-conceived and managed with obstinate folly. As a far-off result of their failure, the political supremacy of the world was to pass to a people who lacked the Hellenic refinement and brain power, but who practically showed greater respect for the rights of others. Part 3. The last years of the war. Feelings of the Athenians, a new system of taxation, 412. For a time, the Athenians at home could not believe that a disaster so great had befallen them. When, however, they came to appreciate the truth, they vented their rage upon the orators and the soothsayers who had persuaded them to the expedition. At first they were dejected by the utter hopelessness of the situation, their want of men, money, and ships, but soon their elastic spirits rose, and they determined to persist against all odds. To increase their revenue to the uttermost without seeming to add new burdens to their allies, they displaced all tributes by a customs duty of 5% on imports and exports throughout the empire. This system remained to the end of the war. A universal coalition against Athens. The Hellenes eagerly flocked to the Lacedaemonian standard in the hope soon of trampling upon the common foe. The Persian king, on condition of recovering the Greek cities of Asia Minor, gave money and promised the aid of a Phoenician fleet. The maritime allies began to revolt against Athens, and the victorious navy of Syracuse appeared in Aegean waters. But the persistence of the Athenians, stripped of resources, against these overwhelming odds during a period of 8 years, is evidence of an almost indomitable will. Democracy curbed, the Probuli, 412 to 411. The Sicilian disaster had a serious effect on Athenian politics. There had always been a strong minority opposed to popular government. Recent misfortunes strengthened their hands by seemingly proving the worthlessness of democracy, and for the time being the majority recognized the need of a modification of the Constitution. The most crying demand was for a responsible magistracy. The people accordingly instituted a board of 10 Probuli, Committee of Public Safety, to be filled by mature men annually elected. They were to take the place of the Prytaneus in initiating administrative measures, to control finance, and to attend to the building and the equipment of the navy. This wholesome reform was largely stultified by the choice of elderly men, like the poet Sophocles, who lacked resolution and energy. An oligarchic plot in the army, 411. The first decisive step toward abolishing the democracy, however, was taken by an oligarchic club of officers in the army then encamped in Samos. Their leading motive was to secure for themselves the place in the government to which, in their opinion, their rank entitled them. At the same time, they were receiving overtures from Alcibiades. It chanced that, having fallen out with Agis, king of Lacedaemon, he had passed over to the Persians and was now plotting his return to Athens. With no hope of a recall through the democracy, he promised the Athenians at Samos that if they should set up an oligarchy, Tissaphernes, satrap of Sardis, would transfer the Persian support from Lacedaemon to Athens. Though groundless, the promise had its effect. Oligarchic plottings in Athens. Pisander and other envoys from the club at Samos repaired to Athens, and against a storm of indignation proposed an oligarchy with a view chiefly to winning Persian favor. At the same time, he joined with Antiphon, a legal advisor, the brain of the impending revolution, in organizing the oligarchic clubs which had existed in Athens from immemorial time. It was their policy to intimidate the multitude by assassinating their leaders. Establishment of an oligarchy of the 400, 411. In a visit to Alcibiades, Pisander discovered that the wily exile had merely been tricking him with promises. Nevertheless, on his return to Athens, he proceeded with the establishment of an oligarchy. Terrorized by assassinations, the citizens permitted the institution of a council of 400, who should appoint officials and conduct the administration with absolute power. As a sop to the moderates, this form of government was termed provisional, and there was proposed a definitive constitution under which the sovereignty was to be held by the 5,000 wealthiest citizens, organized in 4 great councils rotating annually. Some features of this constitution were borrowed from Boeotia. It is a noteworthy fact that the leaders of the oligarchic movement were neither eupatrids nor experienced politicians. They were educated men who, having learned their politics in the schools of the sophists, were now engaged in political experimentation. Normally, the Athenian constitution was an aggregate of traditional customs modified by written laws. Now, for the first time, as could be expected of sophists, it was a document. Both the provisional and definitive constitutions were written. The leading oligarchs intended, by deferring the call for the 5,000, to keep the 400 permanently in power. A commendable feature of the new system was the abolition of all pay for civil services, except to the 9 archons and the prytaneus for the time being, and the devotion of the entire revenue to the war. The rule of the 400, Alcibiades recalled, 411. The 400 proved unprincipled, unpatriotic, and incompetent. They could maintain themselves in no other way than by terrorism and secret murder. They offered to buy peace of Lacedaemon at any price, and their weakness lost Euboea to the enemy. No sooner had their position grown insecure than they split into 2 factions. The extremists were led by Antiphon, Pisander, and 1 or 2 others. The moderates followed Theramenes, who had been largely instrumental in establishing the 400, but whose ideal was a limitation of the franchise to those who could equip themselves for service in the heavy infantry. His faction was supported by the troops at Samos, who, having overthrown their oligarchic leaders, elected Thrasybulus, an able and undoubted patriot, to the generalship, recalled Alcibiades, and placed him in chief command. A Democrat once more, Alcibiades stood ready to devote his extraordinary talents to repairing the havoc he had wrought in his country's fortunes. These circumstances emboldened Theramenes and the moderates to overthrow the 400, after its rule of 4 months, and to establish in power nominally the 5,000, in reality all above the Thetic census. Command of Alcibiades, 411 to 407. Battle off Cyzicus, 410. Under the weak rule of the 400, the war, which hitherto had been limited to the Aegean, extended to the Hellespontic allies of Athens. Thus her resources were further lessened. In that quarter, however, Alcibiades gained a brilliant victory over the enemy of Cyzicus. Their entire fleet was taken or destroyed, and Mindarus, their commander, was killed. A dispatch sent by the second in command, but intercepted on its way to Sparta, read, "Ships gone, Mindarus dead, the men starving, at our wits' end, what to do." The Spartans now offered peace on the basis of the status quo, but the Athenians, led by Cleophon the lyre-maker, rejected the terms. It proved to be a great mistake, but they were unduly elated by the victory and by their hope in Alcibiades. Complete restoration of the democracy, 410. It was doubtless under the impression of the victory that the Athenians restored the complete democracy and required every citizen to take a solemn oath to support it. About the same time they appointed a commission to revise various public and criminal laws and to inscribe them on stone. Among the products of their labor we have preserved a mutilated inscription of Draco's laws of homicide and a still more fragmentary statute for defining the judicial competence of the 500 and of the assembly. About the same time, as the revenues were increasing, the Athenians reintroduced pay for official service, and began to celebrate the festivals with the old splendor, in spite of the fact that the soldiers and sailors, in default of pay, had often to plunder the allies. The extreme want of the poor in the city, verging upon starvation, led to the distribution of 2 obols daily among the most needy. The revenue, however, soon dwindled and poverty increased. Cyrus and Lysander at the seat of war, 408. The temporary success of Athens was partly due to the vacillation and rivalry of the satraps, Tissaphernes of Sardis and Pharnabazus of the Hellespontic region. In 408, Darius sent Cyrus, the younger of his 2 sons, to take the satrapy of Sardis with large powers in order to give all possible aid to the Peloponnesians. The young man brought great ambition and unusual intelligence to the work. In the same year there came from Sparta to the seat of war Lysander, an able commander and crafty manager of men. His ultimate object was nothing less than a throne at Sparta. To reach the goal of his political hope, he needed military renown and an army devoted to himself. In brief, he was the Spartan counterpart of Alcibiades. Cyrus readily fell under his influence. Battle off Notium 407, retirement of Alcibiades. In the following year, Lysander defeated an Athenian fleet off Notium. During the absence of Alcibiades, his lieutenant Antiochus had ventured battle contrary to orders, and lost 15 ships of war. It was a mortal blow to the ascendancy of Alcibiades. Forgetting his uniform success against overwhelming foes during the past 4 years, the Athenians, misled by his enemies, defeated his candidacy for the following year. Fearing to return home, he retired to the castles on the Hellespont and Propontis, which he had prepared against such a contingency, and from which he quietly reviewed the further operations of the war. The Battle of Arginusae, 406. Both parties put forth Herculean efforts in the hope of deciding the struggle in one more campaign. Callicratidas, supplanting Lysander, commanded 120 ships. The Athenians, under 8 generals, met him with 150 triremes near the islands of Arginusae. In no other naval battle between Greeks were so many ships and men engaged. It was a complete victory for Athens. 70 vessels of the Peloponnesians with their crews, amounting to 14,000 men and including their commander, were lost. The Athenians lost 25 ships with at least 2,000 sailors, who failed of rescue because of a storm. In grief and indignation over the death of so many kinsmen and fellow citizens, the Athenians at home deposed the commanders from office, and brought to trial before the assembly the 6 who ventured to return to the city. In violation of the constitution, they by a single vote condemned the accused to death. Among these victims of popular fury was Pericles, the son of Pericles and Aspasia. Battle of Aigos-Potami, 405. After another vain effort to negotiate peace with Athens, Lacedaemon again sent Lysander to the seat of war, and the Athenians dispatched against him their last possible fleet, manned with their last available crews. 180 Athenian ships confronted 200 of the Peloponnesians in the Hellespont. The Athenian fleet, stationed on the European side at the mouth of the Aigos-Potami River, was taken by surprise while the crews were searching for provisions on shore. Possibly one or more of their generals betrayed the fleet into Lysander's hands. At all events, it was for him a bloodless victory. The Athenian prisoners were massacred. Conon, one of the generals, escaped to Cyprus with 8 ships, having sent the official trireme Paralus to Piraeus with the sad news. The Athenians received the news. It was night when the Paralus reached Athens with her evil tidings, on receipt of which a bitter wail of woe broke forth. From Piraeus, following the line of the long walls up to the heart of the city, it swept and swelled, as each man to his neighbor passed on the news. On that night no man slept. There was mourning and sorrow for those that were lost, but the lamentation for the dead was merged in even deeper sorrow for themselves, as they pictured the evils they were about to suffer, the like of which they had themselves inflicted on the Melians, who were colonists of the Lacedaemonians, when they mastered them by siege, or on the men of Histiaea, on Scione and Torone, on the Aeginetans, and on many other Hellenes. Exhaustion of Athens, measures of desperation. The resolution, passed next day, to put the city in condition to endure a siege could not long avail, for Athens had no ships, men, or money with which to resist. All her remaining allies revolted excepting Samos, to whom in gratitude she granted her citizenship. Had this spirit of liberty been adopted at the beginning of the war, the result would have been far different. No prudence now, however, could rescue the city from her enemies. Arriving with his fleet, Lysander blockaded the ports, while Agis closely invested the city by land. Even then, no one dared speak of submission while negotiations for peace involved some hope of fair terms. Peace, 404. In a Peloponnesian Congress, many allies, led by Corinthians and Thebans, proposed to blot Athens out of existence, and to enslave her citizens. The Lacedaemonians replied that they would never reduce to slavery a city which was itself an integral part of Greece, and had performed a great and noble service to Hellas in the most perilous of emergencies. The Lacedaemonians were probably actuated, too, by the desire to maintain in central Greece a counterpoise to Thebes, whose self-aggrandizement had for some time been exciting their suspicion. In accordance with the views of Sparta, the following terms of peace were proposed: that the long walls and the fortifications of Piraeus should be destroyed, that the Athenian fleet, with the exception of 12 ships, should be surrendered, that the exiles should be restored, and lastly, that the Athenians should acknowledge the headship of Lacedaemon in peace and war, leaving to her the choice of friends and foes, and following her lead by land and sea. Necessarily, Athens accepted the terms, for her people were starving, and from her position as the first power in Hellas, she sank to a second-rate dependency of Sparta. End of chapter 19.
Chapter 20. A Cultural Revolution, 431 to 404. Summary of Periclean culture. The culture of the age of Pericles rested essentially on traditional belief purified by an expanding intelligence and humanism, belief in the power, wisdom, and goodness of the gods, in the superiority of the fathers in all the elements of manhood, in the beneficence of the heroes of old, eternal models for men, and closely connected with them, a lofty ideal of philanthropy, of protecting the weak and unfortunate from the assaults of brute strength. Lastly, in the all-comprehensive perfection of the state to whose good the citizens are to subordinate their individual interests and devote their lives alike in war and peace. Growth of individualism. Into that culture, however, there had been implanted a germ which was to prove most deadly to Greek ideals, while maturing to a civilization essentially modern in character and fruitage. It is to the earlier stage of this growth that the present chapter is devoted. The modernizing principle, grafted as it were upon the tree of Hellenic life, was individualism. In its planting and nurture, the sophists were undoubtedly but the directors of a general movement of thought. Yet adherence to the traditional was so widespread and so strong that throughout the period of the war the new tendency struggled with the old in a conflict fiercer and deadlier than was the strife of battle between Athenians and Peloponnesians. The growth of theatrocracy. While the masses, as will hereafter be explained, held firmly to the traditional religion, in other fields they were readier for modern ideas. With their approbation, the statuesque oratory of Pericles gave way to Cleon's theatrical delivery. Girding up his himation, he strode up and down the bema, haranguing in a loud voice and vilifying his opponents. Thus, quote, he corrupted the people by his impulsive manners. Similarly, in the theatre, the audience, forgetting that they were present to receive instruction, made themselves judges of the music and the poetry. Quote, in this way the theatres from being mute have become vocal, as though they had understanding of good and bad in music and poetry, and instead of an aristocracy, an evil sort of theatrocracy has grown up. Consequent upon this freedom comes the other freedom of disobedience to rulers, and then the attempt to escape the control and exhortation of father, mother, elders, and when near the end, the control also of the laws. This license, however, this disobedience to authority, affected the social classes in proportion to their rank. It demoralized the knights, and in a less degree the heavy infantry, whereas the poor maintained unimpaired their prompt, orderly obedience to their superintendents and teachers in the gymnastic contests and choruses, and to their officers in naval service. The blame for the relaxation of self-restraint is laid by the ancients upon their political and intellectual leaders. The people were enticed by demagogues from their ideals of philanthropy conceived by Aeschylus and brought into public life by Pericles, to a policy of brute force in the government of allies and of narrow material selfishness in the extension of their power. From the habits of the fathers, the wealthy departed most widely in building for themselves more sumptuous homes, with colonnades in front, adorned with mural paintings and supplied with comfortable furniture. Paying more careful attention to their food, they engaged expert cooks, and multiplied the number of dainty dishes. These, however, were but the promise of a home luxury, which was to grow and expand during the following century. Deterioration of music. These beginnings of modern life in the masses were stimulated by their educators, the composers of music and song. Quote, "They were men of genius, but had no perception of what is just and lawful in music." End quote. Melodies were mixed and misapplied. The classic standard fell before the onslaught of quote-unquote ragtime, and the new music misdirected the people to individualistic paths. The last great lyrist of Hellas was Bacchylides. After him, the decline of the chorus went hand in hand with the dissolution of the rhythmic life of the city-state. Interest in public affairs waned. The marketplace thronged with idle gossipers, while the dwindling company of patriots assembled on the Pnyx. Among the well-to-do was forming a class of men who shunned politics to pursue their own pleasures, or to avoid contact with cobblers, tanners, and hucksters, with the alleged coarse manners and unreasoning will of the multitude. Euripides, about 481 to 406, his first tragedy, 455. The great exponent of the new spirit, of the new humanism, was the poet Euripides. His life was contemporary with the manhood of Sophocles. His activity, beginning with the age of Pericles, terminated shortly before the end of the Peloponnesian War, and yet an age seems to separate him from Sophocles. In the older poet beats the heart of Hellenism. His younger contemporary is distinctly the first of the moderns. A careful education in literature and athletics was followed by a brief devotion to the painter's brush, which gave him an appreciation of landscape and art noticeable in his plays. Particularly he studied the philosophers and sophists, and was among the first to collect a library. It is equally characteristic of him that he held aloof from public life, to apply his whole energy to the composition of plays, through no disparagement of politics, but in the consciousness that his own mission was superior to any civic achievement of the individual. The apostle of humanism, he issued his dramas as epistles to mankind. His message was the moral and spiritual interpretation of the utterance of Protagoras, "Man is the measure of all things." The keen intellect and the sensitive conscience, developed by a marvelous civilization, are presented with all the artistic allurements of dramatic genius as the standards whereby to judge truth and right on earth and in heaven. Casting off from traditional moorings, he pilots mankind over the surging seas of thought and emotion. He bears the storm-tossed heart, but his ship reaches no haven. He finds no balm for the wounds he has opened. His sympathy with the less fortunate classes. He descends to the level of common folk to sympathize with beggars and cripples, with women and slaves. The poet of the submerged majority of humankind found it no small part of his task to express the yearnings of Athenian women for a larger life and, in a measure, to create a sentiment in favor of their amelioration. Periclean women. The spirit of the Periclean age subordinated everything to the glory and the greatness of Athens. As women could not fight and lacked the right to vote, that spirit tended to restrict them to the narrow but invaluable function in which the state was interested, the sphere of the mother of citizens and soldiers. The Statute of 151 enhanced the value of Athenian women. The aim was an exclusive body of citizens based upon racial purity. While the value of woman within the house was accordingly accentuated, her influence outside was depreciated and repressed. The chief object of her isolation, limited mainly to the wealthier class, was to keep her pure from contact with a brutal world. With the growing refinement of the age, men became conscious of their own sinfulness, of the immoral propensities of their social nature, of the consequent temptations to which their sisters and daughters would be exposed should they be suffered to participate unrestrained in the society of men. With almost fanatical zeal, therefore, the higher social class, distrusting the strength of woman's character, segregated the sexes to shield her from brutality and corruption. Restrictions on woman's freedom. Women could walk abroad in the city, but only when attended by their female slaves. They were free to call upon one another, to join in their own religious holidays, and under due regulations, to participate in the great festivals of the city. They could not decorously sit at table, even in their own house, when guests outside their near kinsmen were present. Only at funeral feasts did they occasionally meet the intimate friends of father or husband. We should not lose sight of the fact that, beyond the circle of near kin, men were as completely debarred from the society of respectable women as they from social intercourse with men. The lives of women, however, were relatively cramped. An ideal of resignation, of narrow though noble duty, was formulated for them by Pericles in an official utterance. Quote, "Great will be your glory if you do not lower the nature within you, hers most of all, whose praise or blame is least brooded on the lips of men." Self-sacrificing women. The majority of women were ready to meet the demand upon them by resignation and self-sacrifice. This spirit finds expression in the Alcestis of Euripides, presented in 438. The heroine goes voluntarily to death to save her husband's life, coward and weakling as he was. The poet holds her up as a model matron, and after death a kindly saint. Quote, "Let Hades know, that swarthy god, and that old man who sits to row and steer alike at his death ferry, that he hath carried o'er the lake of Acheron a woman peerless amid her sex. Oft to thee the muses' votaries shall sing on the seven-stringed mountain shell, and in hymns that need no harp, glorifying thee oft as the season in his cycle cometh round at Sparta, and that Carnian month when all night long the moon sails overhead, yea, and in radiant Athens' happy town. So glorious a theme hath thy death bequeathed to tuneful bards. We loved her while she was with us, we love her still, though dead. Her tomb let none regard as the graves of those who die and are no more, but let her have honors equal with the gods, revered by every traveller, and many a one will cross the road and read this verse aloud. This is she that died in days gone by to save her Lord. Now is she a spirit blessed. Hail, Lady revered, be kind to us. Such glad greetings shall she have." This absolute devotion to duty, this complete readiness for self-effacement, met with wide appreciation among the Hellenes. Iphigenia of Aulis is equally ready to sacrifice her life that Hellas may win the victory over foreigners. Man she esteems of more value to her country than 10,000 women. Women of rebellious spirit. Naturally, all was not humility within the ranks of Athenian women. Many chafed under the restriction that cut them off from the larger life of the city. A few, perhaps, were ready for rebellion. All the spirit of discontent with their narrow life, their hated environment, the poet concentrates and intensifies in his Medea, whom he presented to the public in 431. This fiery spirit, hurling defiance at her oppressors, foretells the time when militant feminism shall stand triumphant, her foot on the neck of prostrate man, her genius attuning all song and story to the new conditions. Quote, "Back turns the wave of the ever-running river, life is changed, and the laws of it o'ertrod. Man shall be the slave, the affrighted, the low liver. Man hath forgotten God. And woman, yea, woman, shall be terrible in story. The tales too, me seemeth, shall be other than of yore. For a fear there is that cometh out of woman, and a glory, and the heart-hating voices shall encompass her no more. The old bards shall cease, and their memory that lingers of frail brides and faithless shall be shriveled as with fire. For they loved us not, nor knew us, and our lips were dumb, our fingers could wake not the secret of the lyre. Else, O God the singer, I had sung amid the rages a long story of man and his deeds for good and ill. But the world knoweth, 'tis the speech of all his ages, man's wrong and ours, he knoweth and is still." End quote. Capabilities. In an intellectual movement for her emancipation, beginning with Euripides and culminating in the Republic of Plato, the first thing noticeable was her great capabilities, even though for mischief, for evil. Quote, "There is no scourge dread as woman is. No painting could portray her hideousness, nor speech declare. If this thing by some god was molded, greatest fashioner of ills, and most malevolent to man was he." End quote. This power for evil, however, she exercises against the men who wrong her or her kinfolk, quote, "grim to her foes and kindly to her friends." End quote. In her, the place of reckless valor has been usurped by prudence. Quote, "Full oft, even from woman's lips, issue words of wisdom." End quote. Some, too, are capable of higher culture, as many, undoubtedly, as among men. Quote, "Full oft ere this, my soul hath scaled lone heights of thought, imperial steeps, or plunged far down the darkling deeps, where woman's feebler heart hath failed. Yet, wherefore failed? Should woman find no inspiration fill her breast, nor welcome ever that sweet guest of song that uttereth wisdom's mind? Alas, not all. Few, few are they, perchance amid 1,000 one thou shouldst find, for whom the sun of poesy makes an inner day." End quote. Among a few intellectuals, the idea was cherished that women, if admitted to public councils, might benefit the state by their frugal management, their caution, and their love of peace. This idea finds its first literary expression in the Lysistrata, which Aristophanes, in mingled jest and earnest, placed on the stage in 411. Lysistrata, a clever young Athenian matron, organizes the women of Athens, Boeotia, and Peloponnese in a scheme for forcing the men to peace. Naturally, she has to use much argument with her lady friends. Quote, "Chelonice, what can we women do? What brilliant scheme can we poor souls accomplish who sit, trimmed and bedizened in our saffron silks, our cambric robes, and our little finical shoes? Lysistrata. Why, they're the very things I hope will save us. Your saffron dresses, your finical shoes, your paints and perfumes, and your robes of gauze. Chelines. How mean you, save us? Lysistrata. So that nevermore man in our day shall lift the hostile spear. Deserting their homes and husbands, accordingly, they seized the Acropolis, and refused to return to their matronly duties until peace is firmly established. It is not merely for securing a treaty that the women come forward in this play, but for expressing the poet's best sentiments of brotherly love among the Hellenes, which should create an everlasting peace, and of a wise liberality in admitting the allies to Athenian citizenship. Such intellectual agitation for the rights of women was carried farther in the following century, but wholly failed to become political. Religion. Alien cults. The spirit that strove to enlarge the liberty of women wrought more powerfully to break the supremacy of traditional faith. To the native gods were added the strange deities brought in by the swarms of foreign traders, medics, and slaves. Beside the official mysteries of Eleusis were introduced the more exciting mysteries from barbaric Samothrace. From Phrygia came Cybele, the Great Mother, to take up her abode in Athens as well as in many other towns. The Metroon, her shrine near the council hall, held the public archives. In her worship, processions with beating drums and clashing cymbals moved noisily through the streets. Likewise from Cyprus came the divine youth, Aphrodite's companion Adonis, whose untimely death sympathetic women lamented with piercing wails in yearly festival. Many, in brief, were the new-coming gods from Thrace, Phrygia, or the Orient, with their strange priests and curious rites, emotional and noisy, or secret and mystical. All alike were individualistic, in contrast with the recognized civic cults. Scorned by the educated and the conservative, such innovations tended to loosen the hold of the community on its hereditary gods. Rationalism. Euripides' treatment of myths. A far more active dissolvent was rationalism. While treating with notable forbearance the myths that formed not only the tragic poet's stock in trade, but the background of his country's history, Euripides gives us to understand that many supernatural powers traditionally assumed have no real existence. The furies that goad Orestes are but the creations of an excited mind. Homer had made the gods responsible for the good and evil acts of men. Euripides rejects the whole theory. That Helen followed Paris to Troy, no goddess should be blamed. Quote, "All folly is to men their Aphrodite. Sensual, senseless, consonant they ring. Him in barbaric bravery sawest thou, gold glittering, and thy senses were distraught." End quote. This rationalism reduces the deity to a force or passion, but while undermining traditional religion, it marks a moral advance in laying the responsibility for conduct upon the individual. As a class, the sophists were skeptical, but they were few, and the number of men who were willing and able to pay them the required fee formed but a small fraction of the community. The drama, however, took up these advanced ideas and spread them broadcast over the audience. In this way, they attained a degree of popularity. Atheism. Critias. A poet who dared openly to preach atheism would have been prosecuted without delay. Yet we find the doctrine loudly proclaimed in a drama of Critias, composed perhaps for a home reading rather than for presentation on the stage. Here is offered the theory that the gods are the invention of clever men to serve a useful purpose in society. Quote, A time once existed when unordered was the life of men, and kindred to the beasts, a life enslaved to brute force, when no regard was offered to the good, nor for the bad was wrought chastisement. Then, methinks, did men establish laws as means of punishment, that justice might be autocrat, and have insolence for slave, and penalty was meted out to any who transgressed. But when the laws restrained them openly from doing deeds of force, but secretly they did them, then methinks some men adroit and wise conceived the notion to devise gods for mankind, that there might be awe for the bad, even if secretly they should perform or say or think some evil. Thence did he introduce divinity, that there is a supernal being flourishing with life imperishable and mind, hearing and seeing and thinking, and attending to these things and bearing divine nature, who will hear all that is spoken among mortals, and will perceive all that is enacted. Even if in silence thou some evil plannest, this will not escape the gods. End quote. The doubts of various intellectuals. Euripides, however, while avoiding this bold stand, makes his characters the spokesmen of various doubts. The great comic poet Aristophanes, reputed orthodox, was freer to hold up the gods as a laughing-stock, and while professing to resist modern ideas, was instrumental in spreading them. In the Knights, Demosthenes doubts the existence of the gods, whereas Nicias believes in them because he is, quote, such a god-detested wretch, end quote. In a lost play of Euripides, the hero exclaims, quote, if deeds of shame gods do, no gods are they, end quote. A more startling doubt springs from the lips of Talthybius, quote, great Zeus, what can I say? That thine eye is over men, or that we hold this false opinion to no purpose, thinking that there is any race of gods when it is chance that rules this mortal sphere? End quote. While Thucydides, the historian, takes pains to prove the oracles true, all omens, prophecies, and soothsayers suffer at the hands of the two poets. Quote, as for birds that fly above our heads, a long farewell to them, end quote, whilst, quote, the whole seer tribe is one ambitious curse, abominable and useless, end quote. The burlesquing of oracles by Aristophanes must have had a disquieting effect on the audience. Quote, heed thou well, Erechtheides, the kidnapping Cerberus, ban dog. Wagging his tail he stands, and fawning upon thee at dinner, waiting thy slice to devour when aught distracts thy attention. Soon as the night comes round, he steals unseen to the kitchen, dog-wise, then will his tongue clean out the plates and the islands. End quote. Reasons for such parodies and criticisms. This oracle is addressed to the Athenians, Erechtheides, warning them against the fawning, pilfering dog Cleon. Such parodies were inspired by the excessive pretensions of oracle-mongers, while skepticism as to the gods was largely due to an advancing moral sense and to a growing individualism which emboldened the Greeks to demand of the powers above the moral standard which men had set up for themselves. Especially reprehensible are the lawless unions of Zeus and Apollo with mortal women, once an honor to the family thus visited, but now a disgrace to the gods. Quote, O Phoebus, do not so, but as thou art supreme, follow in virtue's track. For whosoever of mortal man transgresses, him the gods punish. How then can it be just that ye should enact your laws for men, and yourselves incur the charge of breaking them? Now I will put this case, though it will never happen. Wert thou, were Poseidon, and Zeus, Lord of heaven, to make atonement to mankind For every act of lawless love, ye would empty your temples in paying the fines for your misdeeds. For when ye pursue pleasure in preference to the claims of prudence, ye act unjustly. No longer is it fair to call men wicked if they imitate the evil deeds of the gods, but rather those who gave us such examples." End quote. Failure of the gods to uphold the moral order. In many respects, the gods seem to fail in their function of upholding justice. For such shortcomings, some mortals are inclined to curse them, assigning a selfish motive to their confusion of moral order. Quote, "Naught is there man may trust, nor high repute, nor present weal, for it may turn to woe. All things the gods confound, hurl this way and that, turmoiling all, that we, foreknowing naught, may worship them. What skills it to make moan for this, outrunning evils none the more?" End quote. Their ways are past finding out. Others, in more submissive spirit, merely remark upon the inscrutability of God. Quote, "O the words of the gods, in manifold wise they reveal them, manifold things unhoped for the gods to accomplishment bring, and the things that we looked for, the gods deign not to fulfill them, and the paths undiscerned of our eyes, the gods unseal them. So fell this marvelous thing." End quote. A refuge of the believer is in predestination. An apparent wrong is explained by the will of Zeus working from of old for some purpose unknown to men. It is a bolder idea, perhaps a suggestion from the realm of magic, that man may compel the god, against his selfish interest, to do the right. Future life. There is the same attitude of doubt toward future life. Quote, "Man's whole existence is full of anguish. No respite from his woes he finds. But if there is aught to love beyond this life, night's dark pall doth wrap it round." End quote. Death is annihilation. The body returns to earth, the breath to air. It is better so, for we shall be free from trouble. Yet, after all, this life may be mere death compared with a glorious existence beyond the grave. Quote, "Who knows if life is not a death, and death is held below to be our life?" End quote. In brief, all the unanswered questions of right and wrong, of religion and future life, that vex modern thought, turmoiled the mind of Euripides and his contemporaries. Sophistic degenerates. Meanwhile, sophists without character or earnest purpose, pushing to ridiculous extremes the doctrine of Protagoras, were asserting that everything is precisely as it appears to every individual. No affirmation can be false, because it is impossible to state that which does not exist. If a thing is true, the opposite is equally true. Thus arose a class of disputants, whose sole purpose was to confute their adversaries by quibbling with words, by fallacies of logic, and by sheer effrontery of manner. The effect was to fill the right-minded with disgust of sophistry. Religion and philosophic recovery. It is not surprising, therefore, that as an escape from the hopeless hubbub of skepticism, a reaction should arise toward religious and philosophic faith. Here and there, through all the plays of Euripides, may be found expressions of faith, and in his Bacchae, composed shortly before his death, the aged poet, totally renouncing radicalism, seeks comfort in the ancestral beliefs. Quote, "'Tis not for us to reason touching gods. Traditions of our fathers, all this time we hold. No reasoning shall cast them down, no, though of subtlest wisdom sprung." End quote. The heaven he has learned to adore, however, is not the Homeric council of gods, but a moral and spiritual power to whose guidance a man may wisely subject his soul. Quote, Thus shall a mortal have sorrowless days, if he keepeth his soul sober in spirit, and swift in obedience to heaven's control, murmuring not, neither pressing beyond his mortality's goal. Socrates, about 469 to 399. A contemporary of Euripides and a kindred spirit was Socrates the philosopher. He was relatively poor. His estate barely enabled him to serve in the heavy infantry, and in youth he had trained as a sculptor in his father's shop. Little schooling fell to his lot, and his moderate acquaintance with existing philosophers was but incidentally gained. From early life, however, he neglected his worldly affairs to devote himself to thought. He had the habit of standing for hours together, even for an entire night, staring at vacancy, totally absorbed in reasoning out a problem that chanced to interest him. Forsaking a trade which under the circumstances could have afforded him but a meagre sustenance, he devoted his entire life to the pursuit of truth. In this vocation he was encouraged by an oracle of Apollo, which declared him to be the wisest of men. His religion. Through his whole life Socrates accepted and faithfully practiced the religion of the state, and was often seen sacrificing at the public altars. His ideas of the gods, however, were enlightened. Whereas the many still believed that their knowledge was limited, Socrates held that they were present everywhere and knew all things. It was equally his conviction that they communicated with man through omens and oracles. A divinity, accompanying him through life, gave him warnings which he always heeded. The argument of design. His belief in the greatness and the wisdom of God was strengthened by the argument of design. The world is made for man, and every part of a human being is admirably adapted to a good purpose. Existing things must therefore be the handiwork of a wise artificer, full of love for all things living. As man is superior to animals, the deity has taken a special thought for him. He is pleased with those things in us which conduce most to our well-being. Socrates drew, too, from experience that the wisest and most enduring of human institutions are the most God-fearing, and that in the individual man, the riper his age and judgment, the deeper his religion. It was necessary for Socrates to make his sacrifices correspond to his small means, but he believed that the joy of the gods is great in proportion to the holiness of the worshipper, and in the conviction that they well knew his own interest, he used to pray simply, "Give me what is best for me." The charm of his personality, his preference for ethics. He was not the mere prosaic teacher of Xenophon's recollections, but in addition to an ample fund of common sense, he had with him humor, imagination, intellectual power, and a love of truth so burning as to become at times ecstatic. With such qualities he fascinated his young companions, and some of them, especially Plato, he awakened to a life of intense mental productivity. With Socrates, true knowledge was not simply the source, but the substance of virtue, and he preferably sought that kind of truth which should determine the conduct of men. For example, "What is piety and what impiety? What is the beautiful and what the ugly? What is the noble and what the base? What are meant by just and unjust? What by sobriety and madness? What by courage and cowardice? What is a state and what a statesman? What is a ruler over men and what a ruling character?" and other similar problems. The Socratic method. His method of research was through conversation with his fellows. Wherever the crowds were thickest, there he could be found engaged in arguments on his favorite subjects. It was easy for him to prove his opponents ignorant of the topic under discussion, as he was the most formidable reasoner of his age. Having thus cleared the ground, he proceeded by induction to establish precise definitions of general terms. Quote, "There are two things that one would rightly attribute to Socrates: inductive reasoning and universal definition. In fact, these two things are the very foundation of knowledge." End quote. It was thus that, while professing ignorance on all subjects, he built up a body of ethical science which might serve as a guide to himself and to others. In assuming man to be the measure of all things, he stood on sophistic ground, but he made a vast advance in pointing to the reason, rather than the senses, as the universal and eternal elements in man, the infallible criterion of truth, therefore, in the realm of conduct or of nature. As intellectual education, however, merely increased a man's power for evil, he was careful, first of all, to instruct his associates in self-control and to inspire them with a wise spirit in their relations with the gods. Wisdom and justice we should seek not only because of their use to us, but also because they are pleasing to the gods. The facts here cited prove his teachings to have been quite as religious as philosophic. A model life. Throughout his life he gave evidence of loyalty and love for his fellow citizens and his country. Living with rare frugality on a small estate, he charged no fee for instruction, but lavished the wealth of his spirit on rich and poor alike. Many were his exhortations to brothers to love one another, to children to respect and obey their parents, and to citizens to be true to their country. Faithfully he performed his military duties, and as chairman of the assembly he fiercely adhered to law against popular clamor for injustice. It is true that he criticized the use of the lot for the appointment of officials on the ground that it brought incompetent men into public service, but with the general principles of democracy he was in full sympathy. Rather than give his time to the holding of offices, he chose as a higher duty the task of preparing men to serve the states in war and peace with strong bodies, clear brains, and upright hearts. History. Thucydides. The desire for serviceable knowledge, the interest in mankind, the absorption in the present, which characterized the intellectual movement set forth in this chapter, found notable expression in history. Thucydides was related to Miltiades. Like his kinsman Simon, he had Thracian blood in his veins, which may explain his virile spirit. He resembled the men of the Periclean age, not only in intensity and power of thought and style, but also in the fact that he was a man of action, as well as of words, a general in the war, who could therefore season his writings with practical experience. A mistake or failure as commander of an Athenian squadron in the North Aegean led to his exile in 424. At the outbreak of the war, foreseeing that it would be memorable, he had begun to collect material for a history of it, and during the 20 years of his exile he traveled about, visiting the scenes of military operations and ascertaining facts from eye-witnesses. Doubtless he kept a record of events which he corrected and expanded with the acquisition of new and more precise information. At the close of the war he undertook a final recomposition of his work from the beginning. It comes to an end in the course of 411, doubtless cut short by his death, and the 5th and 8th books lack his finishing touches. Desire for exact knowledge. A characteristic which perhaps first strikes the reader's attention is the desire for exact knowledge, shared by him with Socrates and the best minds of the age. Quote, "Of the events of the war I have not ventured to speak from any information, nor according to any notion of my own. I have described nothing but what I either saw myself or learned from others of whom I made the most careful and particular inquiry. The task was a laborious one, because eye-witnesses of the same occurrences gave different accounts of them, as they remembered or were interested in the actions of one side or the other." End quote. It was partly this consideration which led him to avoid a detailed treatment of the distant past. Quote, "The character of the events which preceded the war, whether immediately or in more remote antiquity, because of the lapse of time, cannot be made out with certainty." End quote. A greater motive, however, was his conviction that, as compared with the present, the past was insignificant. Quote, "Former ages were not great either in their wars or in anything else. The greatest achievement was the Persian War, yet even this struggle was speedily decided in 2 battles by sea and 2 by land." End quote. The most important event in history, as he supposed, was the Peloponnesian War. In this connection it is worthy of notice in what, according to his judgment, the greatness of an event consisted. The measure of a greatness of a war. Quote, "The Peloponnesian War was a protracted struggle, and attended by calamities such as Hellas had never known within a like period of time. Never were so many cities captured and depopulated, some by foreigners, others by Hellenes themselves fighting against one another, and several of them, after their capture, were repeopled by strangers. Never were exile and slaughter more frequent, whether in the war or brought about by civil strife. There were earthquakes unparalleled in their extent and fury, and eclipses of the sun more numerous than are recorded to have happened in any former age. There were also in some places great droughts causing famines, and lastly the plague which did immense harm and destroyed many people." End quote. Contrast between Thucydides and the modern historian. From this passage it appears that his criteria of the importance of events differ widely from those of our times, which estimate the significance of a war by its influence on the course of history. Closely related is his idea of cause, which is as widely separated from our own. In his first book he sets forth as the antecedents of the war the events leading up to it, and particularly the mutual grievances of the parties concerned. There is no thought of seeking into what we should term underlying causes, general economic, social, and political conditions which tended to bring Athenians and Peloponnesians into conflict. Briefly, such inquiries are a product of modern evolutionary science. The great contrast, in fact, between ancient and modern history is this, that whereas the moderns instinctively and incessantly seek for the operation of social conditions, of economic and topological factors, and of political forces and processes of evolution, all of which elements they try to bring under laws as general and abstract as possible, the ancients looked simply and solely to the feelings, motives, characters of individuals or of cities. These, and apart from supernatural agencies, these only, appeared to them to shape the course of history. It was far from the thought of the Greeks that they were slaves of heredity and environment. With Thucydides, the forces that make history are the statesmen, who consciously operate to effect a given purpose. Secondarily, the people, especially in assembly, moved by capricious feeling to a wise or a foolish resolution. The ideal republic, therefore, is one like Athens in the age of Pericles, in which the best and wisest citizen is able to control the rest. The purpose of his history. To the modern historian, the choice of a war as a subject for treatment, rather than a period or a phase of historical development, might be set down as evidence of a narrow mind. To the Hellenic statesman, however, there was no more pressing and vital interest than the military defense of his country, and the paramount object of Thucydides was a work that would prove serviceable to generals and statesmen. Quote, "If he who desires to have before his eyes a picture of the events which have happened, and of the like events which may be expected to happen hereafter in the order of human things, shall pronounce what I have written to be useful, then I shall be satisfied. My history is an everlasting possession, not a prize composition which is heard and forgotten." End quote. In his utilitarian motive, he agrees with the Sophists. The theory that history repeats itself is not affirmed by Thucydides, nor is it held by the moderns. The fact is recognized, however, that to the experienced statesman a careful and extensive knowledge of past conditions is most helpful in maturing his practical judgment. The Orations. The orations, which occupy a large part of the work, are, so to speak, its soul. Usually they are given in pairs, representing the opposing views of a situation or a question for decision before an assembly. Quote, "As to the speeches which were made either before or during the war, it is hard for me, and for others who reported them to me, to recollect the exact words. I have therefore put into the mouth of each speaker the sentiments proper to the occasion, expressed as I thought he would be likely to express them, while at the same time I endeavored, as nearly as I could, to give the general purport of what was actually said." End quote. The language is the historian's. The idea, so far as they could be ascertained, are the orator's, though even here, as the actual speeches were unwritten, the historian exercised large discretion in including what he considered appropriate to the occasion. Generally, therefore, the speeches embody the historian's conception of the situation which they present, and express most adequately his keen analytical intelligence. His work a model. Notwithstanding certain differences between ancient and modern conceptions of history, we may still look to Thucydides as a master in important respects unrivaled. In his own personal reserve, in the determination with which he pursues his single aim, rejecting every extraneous matter, in the relentless analysis which lays bare the souls of individuals, of factions, of communities, in the fairness and mental placidity with which he treats of personal enemies and opposing parties, in intellectual depth, keenness, and grasp, we may safely say that he has thus far no equal. Art, statuary. In art, too, we discover a development in modern directions. Polyclitus, a younger contemporary of Phidias, began his activity as a sculptor with the dawn of the Periclean age, and continued to the end of the Peloponnesian War. In the fact that his athletes are a direct development from the pre-Persian Apollos, he seems more conservative even than Myron, but we place him in this chapter because his work reveals the influence of scientific thought. In a treatise entitled The Canon on the Ideal Human Form, he sets forth his theory as to the mathematical proportions of the body. Taking the width of the middle finger as a unit, he mechanically constructed the whole human frame in multiples of this measure, and with the same scientific precision determined its pose and attitude. The statue in bronze, made to illustrate this principle, was also termed the Canon. It is a nude athlete walking with a spear over the left shoulder, hence called Doryphorus, spear-bearer. The copies are in marble of Roman date, the best being in the National Museum of Naples. Undoubtedly, they do ill justice to the original. The head is somewhat oblong, with scant facial expression, and the body seems to us too heavy. Apart from the general harmony of proportions, we find little in these copies to admire, and we cannot understand why the Doryphorus remained the type of athlete till the period of Alexander the Great. More beautiful to the modern eye is the wounded Amazon, remarkable for the graceful attitude, the flowing line of contour, the simple beauty of the drapery, and, in the best copy, the fine proportions of the head. Architecture. The Nike balustrade. A departure from the Periclean standard took place not only in statues but also in architecture and its decorative sculptures. In this period, the Athenians surrounded the little Nike temple with a balustrade of stone slabs adorned with reliefs of victories in various attitudes. Among the best preserved of these figures, and far the most admired, is the Nike adjusting her sandal. The change that has been introduced into art we may best appreciate by contrasting this figure with the maidens of the Parthenon frieze. There is a great loss in the dignified restraint, the austere reserve of the Periclean age, and as great a gain in freedom of attitude, in lightness of drapery, which reveals the human form with its physical loveliness. If the art of the Parthenon exhibits the perfection of civic achievement in the subordination of the citizen to the moral idea of the state, in a word, the highest reach of Hellenic civilization, the Nike sculptures equally represent the first downward step of the community toward decay and dissolution, and the first step of the individual toward the free development of his personality. The Erechtheum, completed 409 to 407. In the later years of the war, when the Athenians were cramped for money, and the masses were reduced to the point of starvation, we are surprised to find the state engaged in finishing the Erechtheum, a building begun some years earlier, but suspended doubtless because of the war. The idea may have been to furnish the needy, citizens, medics, and slaves, with work, or more probably, to fulfill a religious duty. It was a temple to Athena and Erechtheus. The Athena here worshipped is known as Polias, guardian of the city, in contrast with the imperial goddess of the Parthenon. Her image, a rudely carved log, was more highly venerated than any artistic statue of recent times. Erechtheus, hero of the fertility of earth, had been placed among the earliest kings of Athens, and in this temple was identified with Poseidon. Within the shrine was the sea god's salt spring with the mark of his trident in the rock. Outside was Athens' olive tree. With the irregularity of the plan we are not concerned. It will suffice here to notice the beautiful carvings of the base and capital of the Ionic columns, and of the cornice and doorway. These rich but delicate ornamentations, often imitated but never equaled, are eternal patterns of beauty. The Porch of the Maidens. Such are the columns of the east and north porches, and the north doorway still partially preserved. On the south is the Porch of the Maidens, in which full-grown girls are substituted for columns as supports. In a country in which women have always been accustomed to carrying heavy loads on their heads, the idea is not strange, and has in fact been expressed in various ancient buildings. The conditions required an erect, dignified posture. The drapery, covering the entire body, falls in large, quiet folds to the feet. In ease, simplicity, and dignity, these figures rise to the Periclean standard. At the same time, it seems probable that they have a religious significance. In a festival in honor of Erechtheus, a procession of girls moved to his shrine, carrying on their heads a chest which contained objects for his worship. It is a reasonable view that the maidens of the porch represent these girls, and that the architrave above their heads takes the place of the chest. Two types of civilization represented in art, literature, and thought. As the Parthenon is the best example of a Doric temple, the Erechtheum expresses the perfection of the Ionic style. It is a remarkable fact that the same quarter of a century saw the substantial completion of these perfect examples of widely divergent architectural orders. Equally notable is the kinship of the type with the general civilization of the time. While admiring the Parthenon and the Sophoclean drama, we recognize that they are so essentially Hellenic as to defy imitation, whereas the sculpture of the Erechtheum and of the Nike balustrade, the plays of Euripides, and the reasoning of Socrates, however high their excellence, have an appreciable kinship with modern civilization. End of Chapter 20.
Chapter 21. The Lacedaemonian Empire and the Ascendancy of Thebes. Part 1. The Lacedaemonian Empire, 404 to 371. Old professions and a new policy. As champions of particularism, of the untrammeled sovereignty of the individual city-state, the Spartans had led their allies in the wearisome war with Athens, and finally, when her ramparts and her ports came into their hands, they and their allies fell to leveling the fortifications and walls with great enthusiasm, to the accompaniment of the music of women pipers, for they thought that day the beginning of Hellenic liberty. The realization of their hopes would have turned back the clock of history 200 years into the past. When, however, the Spartans found themselves masters of eastern Hellas, they would rise to no higher conception than that of holding what they had gained. Disregarding their promises, they thought merely to substitute their city for Athens as the head of an empire, no small part of which they had already sacrificed to Persia. Nature of the change in leadership. Lysander. The change from Athenian to Spartan leadership was a decisive step downward. The Lacedaemonians lacked the intelligence and the broad, generous humanism of Athenians. They were totally without experience in imperial finance and in the administration of justice. For the time being, these men of narrow mind were controlled by Lysander. Born of a Heracleid father and Helot mother, and reared in the poverty and discipline of his city, he had developed an unscrupulous cleverness, an astounding mastery of men and parties, and an ambition for the lordship of Hellas. Throughout the Aegean world, he had organized oligarchies in every city and had attached them to himself. On him all eyes centered in fear or admiration. He was the first Greek to whom cities erected altars and offered sacrifices as to a god. In his honor, the Samians changed the name of their chief festival, Heraea, to Lysandria. Thus the Orientalizing Greeks of Asia Minor and its neighborhood displayed their acquired servility in the deification of this enormous egoist. The Decharches. The oligarchies of 10, Decharches, established by Lysander in the Aegean cities taken from Athens, were ostensibly to hold them loyal to their new imperial mistress. The members of these boards were partisans of Lysander, usually supported by a Peloponnesian garrison under a Helot commander, Harmost, who catered to their villainies in exchange for flattery and spoil for himself and license for his men. Thus protected, the Decharchs reveled in the plunder, oppression, and murder of their fellow citizens, and in venting upon personal enemies the hatred they had long been gathering in their souls. What form of oppression escaped them, or what deed of shame or of cruelty did they not perpetrate? The most lawless they deemed most faithful to themselves. They courted traitors as benefactors, and they chose to be slaves to a Helot that they might outrage their own native land. The 30, 404 to 3. We lack detailed knowledge of their government, but may be sure that it differed little in character from the rule of the 30 at Athens. This board was instituted under intimidation from Lysander, ostensibly to draw up a new constitution for Athens, but in reality to govern with absolute sway. One of the leaders was Critias, a Eupatrid writer, a poet, rhetorician, and political thinker, noticed above as a pronounced atheist, a dilettante in literature, and in politics a heartless, calculating schemer. His colleague in the leadership was Theramenes the Shifty, who, while preferring a moderate oligarchy, had managed to emerge triumphant from every difficulty through which he had passed. Butchery and confiscation. Beginning in moderation, the rule of the 30 rapidly degenerated to a selfish, bloody despotism. Supported by their Lacedaemonian Harmost, they proceeded to condemn and put to death their political enemies. Executions were always accompanied by confiscations of property. Still, wanting funds for the payment of the garrison, they next proceeded against wealthy men, even of oligarchic views. As many alien residents were well-to-do, they inevitably fell victims to the tyrant's greed. There were wholesale banishments. Many fled, too, through fear, so that the surrounding states were full of fugitives from these monsters. Among their oppressive acts was an edict for abolishing higher education in literature and philosophy, the effect of which, if long continued, would have been to wipe Athens from the history of civilization. Meanwhile, by protesting against the violence of the 30, Theramenes incurred the mortal hatred of Critias, to whom the very idea of moderation or of compromise meant overthrow and death. With frantic haste, Theramenes was imprisoned and compelled to drink the deadly hemlock. More violent grew the reign of terror, till in the 8 months of the oligarchy the butcher's bill mounted to 1,500 lives. The fall of the 30, 403. In spite of orders from Sparta, the neighbors of Athens received the exiles with sympathy and aid. From Thebes, Thrasybulus, one of these refugees, led a small band of patriots across the border to seize a fortress on Mount Parnus. Thence, after increasing his force to 1,000, he occupied Piraeus. With so small a band, it was a bold stroke, but this stronghold of democracy welcomed him and reinforced his army. In the streets of the port town, the patriots battled with a military force of the 30, defeated it, and killed Critias. Soon afterward, the democracy was restored. About the same time, many decarchies fell. The Spartans permitted all this to happen because they disapproved of the insolence and the vaulting ambition of Lysander, who was playing the despot throughout their empire. Confronted by a menacing opposition at home, he retired into exile. The expedition of Cyrus, 401. Shortly after these events, Cyrus, with whose aid Peloponnese had triumphed over Athens, set out at the head of about 13,000 Greek mercenaries and a much larger number of Asiatics against his brother Artaxerxes, who had succeeded to the kingship of Persia. The prize of battle was to be the throne. At the town of Cunaxa, not far from Babylon, the brothers met. The Greeks were victorious over a greatly superior force, but Cyrus was killed, and the expedition therefore failed. Although the Hellenic generals were entrapped and slain by the enemy, the mercenary force elected new commanders, among them Xenophon. According to his account, vividly presented in the Anabasis, this young man, an Athenian of the school of Socrates, was the inspiring genius of the retreat. The homeward march of the 10,000 across rivers, over mountains, and through the deep snows of Armenia, ever harassed by the enemy and in want of food and clothing, was a heroic achievement. It proved that the Greeks had not lost their virility, and it laid bare the weakness of Persia. War between Lacedaemon and Persia, beginning in 400. A result of this expedition was war between Lacedaemon and Persia, for the Spartans had given aid to Cyrus. A Peloponnesian army accordingly invaded Asia Minor and was reinforced by the remnant of the 10,000. Ultimately, all or nearly all the Hellenic cities were liberated, and some native towns in the interior, including Pergamum, were taken. In 396, Agesilaus, king of Lacedaemon, took command. Though far from brilliant, he was master of the art of war as taught in Sparta, and with an army of scarcely more than 20,000 men, he made headway against the forces of the empire. Encouraged by the expedition of Cyrus, he hoped to win for Hellas a great part of Asia Minor. General dissatisfaction with Spartan leadership. In the eyes of many Greeks, however, these achievements could not atone for the prodigious injustice inflicted upon them by Sparta. The Decarchies and the 30 were but a fraction of the grievance. To neighbors and allies, the leading city seemed committed to a policy of self-aggrandizement. Opposition in a weaker state she crushed with war and devastation. Her greater allies were irritated by their total exclusion from the advantages of victory over Athens. Chief factor in bringing on the war, Corinth, had lost her colonies on the west of Greece and had seen the ruin of her commerce and industry with no corresponding gain. Thebes had profited by the pillage of Attica and by tightening her grip on the Boeotian Federation, but in proportion to the exaltation of Sparta, both states suffered depression in the general council of Peloponnese. Both were split into patriotic and laconizing factions at bitter feud with each other, and when Sparta intermeddled, the two states declared war. Argos, always at heart an enemy of Sparta, joined the coalition. Athens and the coalition against Lacedaemon. In Athens, since the fall of the 30, the radical Democrats, who usually controlled the government, were hostile to Lacedaemon. To them it was a source of pride and of encouragement that the Persian king had appointed the Athenian Conon admiral of a fleet to operate in the Aegean Sea against the Lacedaemonians. With the connivance of the 500, but against the judgment of the moderates, the extreme Democrats secretly sent him men and supplies. Under these circumstances, they welcomed the opportunity to join with Thebes, Corinth, Argos, and a few lesser states in a coalition against Sparta. Thus arose the Corinthian War. The Corinthian War, 395 to 387. Early in the war, the Lacedaemonians found it necessary to recall Agesilaus from Asia. He obeyed, but it is clear that, though he had thus far cherished hopes for all Hellas, his spirit was henceforth embittered against those states which had thwarted his pan-Hellenic ambition. In fact, the war was a disastrous blunder, for Spartan oppression lost severity as the Hellenes were already learning to safeguard their local liberties, while enjoying the benefits of national unity. Small victories were won by the Lacedaemonians, yet with little comfort to the winners. These gains, however, were more than offset by an overwhelming naval victory of Conon off Cnidus over the Peloponnesian fleet, 394. Thus fell the Lacedaemonian naval supremacy which 10 years earlier had been established by Persian gold. The first fruit of the victory was the liberation of the maritime states from the Laconian garrisons. In the following year, Conon sailed into the harbors of Piraeus. With the labor of his crews and with Persian money, increased by contributions from Thebes and other friendly states, he rebuilt the fortifications of the port town and the long walls. After the completion of these works, Athens again counted as a power in Hellas. She recovered Skyros, Imbros, and Lemnos, long occupied by her colonists, and renewed her alliance with various Aegean states. A Lacedaemonian regiment destroyed, 390. A graver misfortune befell Lacedaemon by land. Recent years had seen a great development of light infantry. A master of this branch of warfare was the Athenian Iphicrates, who had trained his light troops to a high pitch of efficiency. With this force, in the neighborhood of Corinth, he attacked a heavy battalion, Mora, of Lacedaemonians, 600 strong, and annihilated it. Among the slain were 250 Spartans. It was a terrible calamity, for the whole Lacedaemonian force counted but 6 such battalions. The number of Spartans had so shrunk that they could entertain no hope of ever filling the vacant ranks. They were too conservative to adapt themselves to new military conditions, and the shock to their martial prestige proved irremediable. The Treaty of Antalcidas, 387. For some time, Sparta had been treating with Persia for peace, and now, as the tide of war turned decidedly against her, she urged on the negotiations. Her deputy Antalcidas re-won the king's support, which speedily restored to Sparta her dominance in the conflict. At the summons of the satrap Tiribazus, accordingly, deputies from the Hellenic states met at Sardis to hear the terms of peace dictated by the king. When the assembly had convened, the satrap pointed to the royal seal attached to the document and read the contents. King Artaxerxes deems it right that the cities of Asia, with the islands of Clazomenae and Cyprus, should belong to himself. The remaining Hellenic cities, small and great, he wishes to leave independent, with the exception of Lemnos, Imbros, and Skyros, which 3, as formerly, are to belong to Athens. Should any of the parties concerned not accept this peace, I, Artaxerxes, together with those who share my views, will war against him or them by land and sea, with ships and with money. Effects of the treaty. The treaty required the Athenians to give up their maritime league, Thebes to grant independence to her Boeotian allies, and Corinth and Argos, now closely united, to separate. All the greater enemies of Lacedaemon disliked the terms, but all were constrained to accept them. It was a disgrace to Hellas that her Asiatic cities should be definitively surrendered to the king, and that he should become the arbiter of her fate. It was unfortunate, too, that the duty of enforcing the peace fell chiefly to the Lacedaemonians, who, having learned nothing by experience, exercised their renewed power with insolent brutality. During the decade immediately following this treaty, Hellas was in a miserable plight, as Isocrates, writing in the midst of this wretchedness, testifies. Who could desire a condition of things in which pirates hold the seas, mercenaries occupy the cities, and instead of warring against foreigners in behalf of their country, the citizens fight with each other inside the walls? More cities have been taken in war than before we concluded the peace, and on account of the frequency of revolutions, the inhabitants of the states live in greater despondency than those who have been banished. Hellas was full of exiles, who menaced their home states with violence or joined mercenary bands, to disturb the peace and to destroy property and life throughout their nation. In spite of these mischievous results, it will be made clear in the course of this chapter that the Treaty of Antalcidas served as a beginning of the most important peace movement in Hellenic history. Further aggressions of Sparta. To rid herself of possible enemies, Sparta compelled the Mantineans to destroy their city and to scatter in villages. 384. She treacherously seized the citadel of Thebes in a season of peace. 383. At the same time, she was pushing her hegemony into northern Greece. In the later years of the Peloponnesian War, the Lacedaemonians had gained control of the region about the Malian Gulf, including a part of Thessaly. Farther north, the kingdom of Macedon, growing in power and menacing the Thessalian states, drove them into alliance with Sparta. Under these circumstances, the Lacedaemonians steadily extended their influence northward. Rise of the Chalcidic League. Meanwhile, however, a rival was growing in Chalcidice, where Olynthus, by absorbing adjacent communities, had become the leading city. Thence she made herself the center of a Chalcidic league of a type far more liberal and advanced than any other thus far known to Hellas. The citizens of every city had rights of holding property, transacting business, and contracting marriage in every other city. One body of laws and one citizenship were the common possessions of all. In a great degree, the Union had the character of a single state, in which the cities were municipalities. It was an aggressive power, ever intent on annexing new communities by persuasion or force, reaching out Thraceward toward the gold mines of Mount Pangaeus, and wresting from sedition-ridden Macedon its very capital, Pella. Even those cities which were forcibly annexed readily lost in the advantages of their new connection all love of political isolation. Here then was offered a solution of the peace problem of Hellas, a cure for the interminable interstate strife of internal revolutions, banishments, and massacres. At the request of neighboring Hellenic states, whose sovereignty was threatened by Olynthus, Lacedaemon interfered, and in a war of 4 years, 383 to 379, she destroyed the federation and forced Olynthus into alliance with herself. The climax of Lacedaemonian prosperity, 379. By these measures and others of a like nature, Sparta made herself supreme over all that part of eastern Hellas which she had not surrendered to Persia. She formed, too, a treaty of alliance with Dionysius, tyrant of Greek Sicily and Italy. Never before had Hellas attained to so high a degree of political unity. On every side the affairs of Lacedaemon had signally prospered. Thebes and the rest of the Boeotian states lay absolutely at her feet. Corinth had become her most faithful ally. Argos was humbled to the dust. And lastly, those of her own allies who displayed a hostile feeling toward her had been punished, so that to all outward appearance the foundations of her empire were at length absolutely well and securely laid. Agesilaus. The man who led his city to these achievements was Agesilaus, the embodiment of the Lacedaemonian spirit, patriotic, ambitious, and efficient, but with stunted ideals, unprogressive alike in military art, in statesmanship, and in humanism, a man who tested the right or wrong of every action by the sole advantage of Sparta, whose vision, limited to brute power, took no account of the moral forces roused through Hellas by his policy of blood and iron. Liberation of Thebes, 379 to 8. Abundant examples might be found alike in Hellenic and in foreign history to prove that the divine powers mark what is done amiss, winking neither at impiety nor at the commission of unhallowed acts, but at present I confine myself to the facts before me. The Lacedaemonians, who had pledged themselves by oath to leave the states independent, had laid violent hands on the Acropolis of Thebes, and were eventually punished by the victims of that iniquity single-handed, the Lacedaemonians, be it noted, who had never before been mastered by living men. With these words, Xenophon, the historian, prepares the reader for the catastrophe in the drama of Lacedaemonian supremacy. In a thrilling story, he then tells how a few patriots, who had fled to Athens, secretly returned to their native Thebes, destroyed the oligarchy set up by Sparta, and expelled the garrison from the citadel. Thebes was now free and at war with Lacedaemon. No long time afterward, a Spartan attempt to seize Piraeus drove Athens into alliance with Thebes, 378. The Second Athenian Confederacy, organized 377. From the time of the battle off Cnidus, 394, the former allies of Athens, having had enough of Lacedaemonian tyranny, began returning to her. These alliances, dissolved by the king's treaty, 387, were almost immediately renewed. Now that she faced a new struggle with Peloponnese, Athens called upon all Hellenic states, and on all foreign states but Persia, to join in a league of protection from the common tyrant. In 377 it was decreed by the council and the assembly, in order that the Lacedaemonians may allow the Hellenes to live in peace, free and autonomous, and to possess their respective territories in security, that if any of the Hellenes or of foreigners dwelling on the mainland, or of the islanders, except such as are subjects of the king, wish to be allies of the Athenians and of their allies, they may become such while preserving their freedom and autonomy, using the form of government that they desire, without either admitting a garrison or receiving a military governor or paying tribute, and upon the same terms as the Chians, the Thebans, and the other allies. From the date of the archonship of Nausinicus it shall not be allowable for any Athenian, either in behalf of the state or as a private person, to acquire either a house or a piece of land in the territory of the allies, whether by purchase or by mortgage or in any other way. By this provision, some of the most irritating grievances of the former confederacy, such as the imposition of tributes and colonization, were to be avoided. All members of the League were to send their representatives to a congress at Athens, in which the Athenians alone were to have no part. A resolution passed by the Congress and the Athenian Assembly was to be binding on the League. Thus Athens was made equal to her collective allies, but was debarred from tyranny over them. By resolution duly adopted, military and naval forces and money contributions were to be levied as they were needed. The constitution of the Second Confederacy, as it is named, was more equitable, but far looser and less efficient than had been that of the 5th century. War between the Confederacy and Peloponnese, 377-4. War with Peloponnese went on for several years. The Maritime Alliance, controlling a powerful navy and supported by Thebes with her splendid troops, outmatched the Doric League. No definite gain resulted, however, and in 374 all were ready for peace. In that year, deputies from the states concerned met in a second peace convention at Sparta. The king's treaty was made the basis of the agreement, but the Persian sovereign was unrepresented. The Greeks were already learning that they could conduct their own affairs without his interference. The treaty left the Athenian Confederacy and the Peloponnesian League intact. The war renewed, 374-1. The agreement was immediately violated, however, and the war continued 3 years longer. Meanwhile, Thebes, abandoning the conflict with Lacedaemon, gave her attention to restoring the Boeotian League under her supremacy. Far from limiting her ambition to Boeotia, Thebes now attempted the subjugation of Phocis, a movement which brought a Peloponnesian army into central Greece and converted Athenian friendship into dislike. The Third Peace Convention, 371. Under these circumstances, Athens and Lacedaemon were all the more ready to conclude peace. In 371, accordingly, the Third Peace Convention assembled at Sparta. All the Greek governments sent their deputies, including even Dionysius, Archon of Sicily, and Amyntas, king of Macedon, regarded by the Greeks as a foreign country. The Persian king's embassy was present to take part, though no longer to dictate. It was the most representative body that had thus far gathered in the history of the world, and was further notable for the fact that its purpose was not purely Hellenic, but international. In other words, it was the first World Congress in the interest of peace. Speeches of the Athenian deputies. A few years earlier, Isocrates, the great Athenian publicist, had advocated an eternal peace among the Hellenes and a common war upon Persia under the joint leadership of Lacedaemon and Athens. The speeches of the 3 Athenian envoys in this convention, apart from the question of hostility to Persia, seem little more than echoes of his words. It were just and right, said one Athenian deputy to the Lacedaemonians, even to refuse to bear arms against each other, since, as the story runs, the first strangers to whom our forefather Triptolemus showed the unspeakable mystic rites of Demeter and Kore, mother and daughter were your ancestors, and to Peloponnese first he gave as a gift the seed of Demeter's grain. But if, as it would seem, it is a fixed decree of heaven that war shall never cease among men, yet ought we, your people and our people, to be as slow as possible to begin it, and being in it as swift as possible to bring it to an end. In the opinion of the speaker, permanent friendship was based on the gift and acceptance of a certain element of civilization. Another speaker, more practical, appealed to the motive of expediency. To revert once more to the topic of expediency and common interests, it is admitted, I presume, that, looking at the states collectively, half support your views, half ours, and in every single state one party is for Sparta and another for Athens. Suppose, then, that we were to shake hands, from what quarter can we reasonably anticipate danger and trouble? To put the case in so many words, as long as you are our friends, no one can vex us by land. No one, while we are your supporters, can injure you by sea. Wars like tempests gather and grow to a head from time to time, and again they are dispelled. That we all know. Some future day, if not now, we shall crave, both of us, for peace. Why then need we wait for that moment, holding on until we expire under the multitude of our ills, rather than take time by the forelock and, before irremediable mischief betide, make peace? While we are yet in the heyday of our strength and fortune, shake hands in mutual amity. So assuredly shall we through you, and you through us, attain to an unprecedented pinnacle of glory throughout Hellas. Such arguments convinced the Assembly of Deputies, which accordingly passed a resolution to make peace on the following terms: the withdrawal of Harmos from the cities, the disbanding of armaments, naval and military, and the guarantee of independence to the states. If any state transgresses these stipulations, it lies in the option of any power whatsoever to aid the states so injured, while conversely, to bring such aid is not compulsory on any power against its will. Implicitly, the Persian king was eliminated as an arbiter of Hellenic affairs, and the guardianship of the peace was entrusted in a democratic spirit to all the Hellenes who should interest themselves in the matter. Naturally, the lead would be taken by the more powerful states. Here was clearly attained a condition far more favorable to peace and unity, on the basis of goodwill and common interest, than the world had known before. Epaminondas against Agesilaus. The good results, however, were negatived by the growing ambition of Thebes. In the preceding century she had revealed, in her federal coinage, an intention to merge the League in a greater Theban state, and had attempted in vain to sign the King's Treaty of 387 with the name Thebans for all Boeotia. Since that date, her unification of Boeotia and her military improvements had vastly augmented her strength, and she was now represented in the convention by Epaminondas, whose name stands in the list of the world's most brilliant commanders. Athens signed for herself, leaving her allies to affix their individual names. When Sparta, for reasons unknown to us, was permitted to sign for her allies, Epaminondas wrote the name Thebans with the intention of making it include all Boeotia. The convention accepted the signature for Thebes only, and was on the point of allowing the other states of the League to sign for themselves, when Epaminondas came forward with the request that the name Boeotians be substituted for that of Thebans. Agesilaus hotly objected, whereupon Epaminondas declared in substance that Thebes had as good a right to represent all the Boeotians as Sparta to represent the Perioeci of Laconia. Agesilaus, however, repudiated his claim and arbitrarily erased from the document the signature of Thebes, thus debarring that state from the peace. Boeotian militarism. The Theban envoy had acted on mature deliberation and in full confidence of the ability of his own state to maintain the principle which he advocated. Boeotia had developed a body of heavy infantry unequaled in that generation, and her cavalry far surpassed that of Peloponnese. Epaminondas, though thus far known chiefly as a man of culture, a philosopher of the Pythagorean school, was now revealing himself as a brilliant orator and a bold, shrewd diplomatist. While facing Agesilaus in the convention at Sparta, he doubtless felt certain that at need his state would not lack a general worthy of her brave, well-trained soldiers. The Battle of Leuctra, 371. The convention was dissolved, and the deputies returned to their homes, while Thebes prepared for her great conflict with Peloponnese. The army sent by Lacedaemon into Phocis, 10,000 strong, now received orders to invade Boeotia. King Cleombrotus, its general, obeyed. An army of 6,000 under the Boeotarchs, including Epaminondas, met him at Leuctra. On his left wing, Epaminondas massed his Thebans in a column 50 deep, and led them in an irresistible charge upon the Lacedaemonian force stationed opposite, while his Boeotian allies, in echelon formation, barely came to close quarters with the Peloponnesians. In other words, the Theban commander won by throwing a superior force upon the critical point in his enemy's line. Of the 700 Spartans present, 400, including the king, were slain. Sparta acknowledged her defeat and withdrew the Peloponnesian army. Her supremacy was forever ended. Whether her collapse was for good or evil depended upon the years to come. Here it will suffice to repeat that the convention at Sparta preceding the Battle of Leuctra was evidence of notable political progress and embodied a bright hope of international peace. Part 2. The Ascendancy of Thebes, 371 to 362. Effect of the battle on the Spartans and on Peloponnese. After these events, a messenger was dispatched to Sparta with news of the disaster. He reached his destination on the last day of the Gymnopaedia, precisely when the chorus of grown men had entered the theater. The ephors heard the mournful tidings not without grief and pain, as needs they must, in my opinion. But for all that they did not dismiss the chorus, but allowed the contest to run out its natural course. What they did was to deliver the names of the slain to their friends and families, with a word of warning to the women not to make any loud lamentation, but to bear their sorrow in silence. And the next day it was a striking spectacle to see those who had relatives among the fallen moving to and fro in public with bright and radiant looks, while of those whose friends were reported to be living, barely a man was to be seen. And these persons flitted by with lowered heads and scowling brows, as if in humiliation. Narrow and illiberal as were the Spartans, we cannot help admiring their resolution and their discipline. After the great loss at Leuctra, there remained scarcely more than 1,000 Spartans capable of bearing arms, and what was far worse, their military prestige had vanished, and they had accumulated no treasure of justice and mercy to draw the sympathy of men in the hour of need. No sooner had the allies become fully aware of the magnitude of the event at Leuctra than they disregarded their confederate obligations to pursue their individual interests. Throughout Peloponnese, a democratic effort to gain control of the states, in opposition to Sparta, effected in many a town and city executions, banishments, revolutions, and massacres. Peloponnese was sinking into chaos. Fourth Peace Convention, 371. In the desire to save for peace and order what they could from the general wreck, doubtless too in their own interest, the Athenians summoned a Fourth Peace Convention to meet in their city. How many states were represented we do not know. At all events, the deputies adopted the following resolution: I will abide by the terms of treaty contained in the king's rescript and in the decrees of the Athenians and allies. If any one assails any city among those which have taken this oath, I will render assistance to that city with all my strength. The pledge to support the treaty was a new element in the peace movement. Through this convention, Athens attempted to usurp the place of Sparta as head of the Peloponnesian states, and placed herself under obligations to protect them if assailed. The Arcadian League founded, 371-70. The first consequence of the treaty was the resolution of the Mantineans to rebuild their city. They were aided by other Peloponnesians, and Sparta dared not interfere. Next, Mantinea, Tegea, and all the communities of southern and central Arcadia organized themselves in a league. As a capital, they founded Megalopolis. In it met a council of 50, representing the communities according to their population, and the assembly of the 10,000, including all the citizens of the league. As Lacedaemon threatened the new federation, Thebes came to its assistance. Having recently gathered under her hegemony many states of central Greece, she was able to dispatch to Peloponnese an army which, increased on the way by the forces of allies, amounted to 40,000 men or more, commanded by Epaminondas and his associate Boeotarchs. For the first time in recorded history, Laconia was ravaged and Sparta threatened by invaders. No effective resistance could be offered. The liberation of Messenia, 369. The permanent result of the expedition, however, was the liberation of Messenia. While the Perioecic towns of the south shore remained faithful to Sparta, the rest of the country was organized in a new state. The Helots, now emancipated, became its citizens, increased in number by the return of exiles whose ancestors had escaped to other lands from hard bondage to the Spartans. It is an interesting fact that centuries of serfdom had not robbed these people of their love of freedom or degraded them below the capability for self-government. As a capital for the state recalled to life, Messene was founded on Mount Ithome, the strongest military position south of Corinth. Extensive ruins of the city walls remain to the present day. It was only just that this brave manly folk should be rescued from serfdom, but it meant the doom of Sparta as a power in Hellas. Nearly a half of Lacedaemon, and that too the most fertile part, was wrested from her. Thereafter, Hellas had to work out its problems without her aid, for the rest of the Greeks were unwilling to sacrifice Messenia to her, and she would enter into no agreement with them which did not involve the recovery of her lost territory. Thebes in northern Greece, 5th Peace Convention, 368, 6th Peace Convention, 367. Shortly afterward, through the campaigns of Pelopidas, who stood second to Epaminondas in generalship, Thebes forced her hegemony upon Thessaly and Macedon, but nowhere was she able to maintain peace or establish a firm control. Under these circumstances, an agent of a Persian satrap dared appear in Greece to bring about a settlement of affairs in the king's interest. A 5th Peace Convention, accordingly, representing the principal states concerned, including Dionysius and the Persian king, met at Delphi. As Sparta and Thebes failed to agree on the Messenian question, the meeting bore no fruit. Thereupon arose an undignified scramble for the king's favor. When their embassies met in his palace at Susa in a 6th Peace Convention, and he believed himself to be once more, and with little effort of his own, the arbiter of Hellas, he dictated among the terms of peace the independence of Messenia and the disbanding of the Athenian navy, which had recently checked the expansion of Thebes. His terms were clearly a recognition of Theban hegemony, a favor won by Pelopidas, who headed the Theban legation. On hearing the terms, Laon, an Athenian, protested to his fellow deputies. "Upon my word, Athenians, it seems to me high time that we look for some other friend than the king." These words well expressed the sentiment of the anti-Theban party throughout Hellas. In like spirit, the Arcadian ambassador, returning home full of contempt for the Persian power, reported to the assembly of the 10,000. The king appears to have a large army of confectioners and pastry cooks, butlers and doorkeepers. But as for men capable of doing battle with the Hellenes, I looked carefully, yet could discover none. Besides all this, even the report of his wealth seems bombastic nonsense. Why, the golden plane tree, so belauded, is not big enough to furnish shade to a single grasshopper. The report was an exaggeration, but admirably expressed the liberty-loving sentiment of a warlike mountain folk recently organized into a strong state. 7th Peace Convention, 367-6. Immediately, a 7th Peace Convention, the last in the series under consideration, met at Thebes to discuss the king's terms. The deputies protested, however, that they had come to hear the report, but had been given no instruction to ratify it. The Thebans accordingly sent an embassy among the other Greek states with the demand that they swear to obey the king's rescript, for they were convinced that no Hellenic state would dare incur the enmity at once of Thebes and Persia. Corinth, however, refused to bind herself by oath to the king, and the other Greek states followed her example. Thus finally the Persian king lost his hold upon Hellas, and the attempt of Pelopidas through negotiation to establish an empire for his city proved a mere cloud castle. It is more regrettable that the conventions, which had promised not only a Hellenic but an international peace, degenerated and died with little fruit. Waning prosperity of Thebes, naval campaign of Epaminondas, 364. Meanwhile, Epaminondas had been active. He had invaded Peloponnese a second and third time, but as he had accomplished nothing satisfactory there, the details of his campaigns may be omitted here. Theban affairs in Thessaly and Macedon were scarcely more prosperous. The great impediment to Theban supremacy, however, was the Athenian navy. Concluding, therefore, that he must by all means destroy it, Epaminondas built a fleet of 100 triremes, and in 364 sailed forth to dispute with Athens the control of the Aegean. Fortunately for him, the maritime states were resenting recent self-aggrandizements of Athens, and Byzantium passed over to him, while others wavered in their allegiance to Athens. His naval campaign was so great a success that Thebans may well have hoped in another summer to drive Athens from the sea. Approaching the catastrophe. The support of a navy, however, imposed upon them too great a strain to be long endurable, especially at a time when their interests in the peninsula demanded their whole attention. In the year of the naval campaign, Pelopidas had to conduct a new Thessalian campaign, in which he lost his life in battle. Although in the following year all Thessaly was reduced to obedience, the Thebans feared a disruption of their own league. They marched against Orchomenus, whose people they suspected of disloyalty, destroyed the city, executed the men as traitors, and enslaved the women and children. The horror aroused through Greece by this outrage foreboded the catastrophe in the drama of Theban greatness. An anti-Theban coalition. The ground for this event was preparing in Peloponnese, which had long seethed in chaos. In Arcadia, a strong party, too proud and too devoted to local interests to submit to Theban hegemony, had split the league in two and were building up a great anti-Theban coalition. Mantinea, with a majority of Arcadian cantons, joined with Elis, Achaia, Athens, Sparta, and one or two lesser states on equal terms to prevent the enslavement of Peloponnese. Epaminondas had at his command, in addition to Boeotians, troops from Euboea and Thessaly, and could count upon Argos, Tegea, and some other Arcadian communities. His hope was that his presence in the south might win him an overwhelming alliance, so that by peaceful means he could quiet the turmoil and restore the ascendancy of his state. He attempted accordingly in a night march to take Sparta by surprise, and failing in that effort, he hurriedly returned to Arcadia, where he tried to surprise the Mantinean population with their herds in the fields. When this strategy, too, proved fruitless, and no hostile state came over to his side, nothing remained but to give battle. The Battle of Mantinea, 362. In spite of forced marches, his men were in high spirits. There was no labor which his troops would shrink from, either by night or by day. There was no danger they would flinch from, and with the scantiest provisions their discipline never failed them. When, therefore, he issued his last orders to them to prepare for battle, they promptly obeyed. He gave the word. The cavalry fell to whitening their helmets. The heavy infantry of the Arcadians began inscribing clubs as a crest on their shields, as though they were Thebans, and all were engaged in sharpening their lances and swords and in polishing their heavy shields. The battleground was the plain of Mantinea, surrounded by lofty ranges. His enemy numbered about 22,000, his own force about 33,000. He gained the advantage, too, of taking the enemy by surprise. The main tactic movement of Leuctra was successfully repeated, but the great commander fell mortally wounded, in his last breath advising his countrymen to make peace. His death left the conflict undecided. The situation before and after the battle is summarized by Xenophon in one of his best passages. Effects of the battle. The effective result of these happenings was the opposite of that which the world at large expected. Here, where well nigh the whole of Hellas was met together in one field, and the combatants stood rank against rank confronted, there was no one who doubted that, in the event of battle, the conquerors this day would rule, and that those who lost would be their subjects. But God so ordered it that both belligerents alike set up trophies as claiming victory, and neither interfered with the other in the act. Both parties alike gave back their enemies' dead under a truce, and in right of victory. Both alike, in symbol of defeat, under a truce, took back their dead. Furthermore, though both claimed to have won the day, neither could show that he had thereby gained any accession of territory or state or empire, or was better situated than before the battle. In fact, uncertainty and confusion had gained ground, being tenfold greater throughout the length and breadth of Hellas after the battle than before. Estimate of Epaminondas and of Theban ascendancy. Of the brilliant generalship of Epaminondas there can be no doubt. His private character, too, was lovable, and in public life he stood forth an unselfish patriot. Undoubtedly toward Hellas he cherished loyal, benevolent feelings. It is impossible, however, to discover in him a sign of constructive statesmanship. As manifested by his conduct, his single idea was to substitute Thebes for Sparta as the head of Greece, and in working to that end, he made use of the methods long in vogue. From the beginning the task was hopeless. The Thebans were as narrow as the Spartans, and had far less experience in dealing with other states. Even in Boeotia they could maintain their control in no other way than by a policy of frightfulness. More impotent were they to win the loyalty of other Greeks. Their sudden decline after the Battle of Mantinea proves that their ascendancy was largely due to one man. City-state supremacy, the Hellenic outlook. The idea of institutional union of all the Hellenes on terms of equal participation in the central government and with guarantees for the rights of the weaker states, probably no one as yet had conceived. The city-state supremacy had been essentially a tyranny, whether harsh or mild, and it was now at least proved that no Hellenic state was strong enough to force her rule upon the rest. The disintegration of Hellas, resulting from the downfall of Sparta, the collapse of the Peloponnesian League, and the rise and decline of Thebes, was exceedingly discouraging to such men of broad vision and liberal mind as Isocrates. It was inevitable that the chaos should last long and wreak manifold injury upon the Greek world. For all that, it should not be hastily assumed that Hellas was politically bankrupt, that her only salvation rested upon the interference of an outsider. The Hellenes were still a great creative people. Their expanding intelligence and liberality, more capable than ever of solving the problem of unity, were equaled only by their superb physical vitality and by the martial energy stored up in the agricultural areas of Greece, a reservoir of military strength which, if rightly applied, was capable not merely of protecting Hellas, but of conquering and ruling an empire. End of section 21.
Chapter 22. Sicily and Magna Graecia, 413 through 338. Empire making in East and West. The fate of Hellas, her protection from foreign powers as well as from internecine warfare, depended on a political unification prejudicial to the sovereignty of the polis, and desired therefore neither by the masses nor by the great majority of statesmen. While in eastern Hellas the Spartans were engaged in a vain attempt to build up and to maintain an empire under the supremacy of the city, an experiment at empire-making of a wholly different character was taking place in Sicily and southern Italy. It was but natural that this undertaking should proceed from Syracuse, by far the most powerful state in western Hellas. Syracuse from 466 to 413. From the overthrow of the tyrants in 466, the government of Syracuse had been the moderate form of democracy, designated by Aristotle as a polity. Under this constitution, the victory over the Athenian besiegers had been won by the patient courage and the loyalty of the great mass of citizens. 413. It was inevitable, then, that they should demand as a reward a fuller participation in the conduct and in the profits of government. As at Athens the failure of the siege created an oligarchy, in Syracuse the annihilation of the invader with equal logic changed the polity to an absolute democracy. Carthaginian invasion of Sicily, 409. The removal of the Athenian peril gave the short-sighted Sicilians merely an opportunity for interstate warfare, whilst they remained heedless of the overwhelming power of Carthage at their very doors. For 70 years the terror of the Athenian navy had held Persia and Carthage alike at bay. Its collapse encouraged both to extend their power to the detriment of Hellas. A great fleet set sail from Carthage, carrying to Sicily an army much greater than Athens had brought to Syracuse. It was made up of a Carthaginian nucleus, enlarged by Libyan, Iberian, and Campanian mercenaries. Even Greeks were willing to serve Carthage for pay against their motherland. This force captured Selinus after a fierce 9 days' siege. Whereas among the Hellenes, through the regard for the lives of their own soldiers, the besieging of cities was notably mild, it was far different with Carthage, to whom a few thousand mercenaries counted as nothing. The city was taken by storm, and the scene of butchery that followed is too horrible for description in these pages. It was the first Sicilian city to be taken by foreigners, having enjoyed 2½ centuries of freedom. A few days afterward, Himera suffered a like fate. An attempt of Syracuse to rescue the city was altogether too feeble. Content with his conquest, Hannibal, the Carthaginian general, returned home with his armament. The fall of Acragas, 406. The great disaster awakened western Hellas to a sense of her peril, when accordingly Hannibal returned with a fresh armament to lay siege to Acragas, 406. 30,000 soldiers from the states of Sicily and southern Italy swarmed into Syracuse to defend what remained of Hellenic soil. Even this considerable force, under the command of the Syracusan Daphnius, accomplished nothing more than the removal of the people of Acragas before that city, too, fell into the invaders' hands. Usurpation of Dionysius, 405. The people of Syracuse were convinced that their generals had failed through incompetence or treason. A young officer named Dionysius, taking advantage of this feeling, persuaded the assembly to depose the generals and to elect a new board, which included himself. His next step was by accusing his colleagues to have them deposed, so that he became sole general. The deluded citizens readily voted him a personal guard, with which he usurped the tyranny. 405. In the face of the advancing Carthaginians, however, the despot could for the moment accomplish nothing better than his democratic predecessors had achieved. The people of Gela and Camarina were withdrawn from their cities, and the entire southern coast was yielded to the enemy. All grumblings at his failure and mutinyings of his aristocratic cavalry Dionysius relentlessly overrode, with his eyes fixed upon a goal that lay beyond the general horizon. To secure his own hold on the government and his city from the danger of a siege, he came to terms with the enemy. The freedom of Syracuse and a few other Greek cities in the east end of the island was purchased by the cession of the remainder of Sicily to the Carthaginians. 405. Dionysius extends and consolidates his power. The first effort of Dionysius was to secure himself in power. With this end in view, he built on the island of Ortygia a strongly fortified castle, and surrounded himself with mercenaries, to whom he granted the dwellings within the island. These were the properties of the oldest and most respectable citizens, and in their midst stood the most venerable temples, now exposed to the insolence of strangers. The aristocrats, thus expelled from their homes, were represented by the knights who had arisen against him, only to be slaughtered or driven into exile. Their country estates, too, were confiscated, divided into small farms, and assigned to newly made citizens, who were either alien mercenaries or emancipated slaves. To such means tyrants had often resorted, but none had equaled the ruthlessness of Dionysius. The civic body, thus reconstituted, found its only safety in upholding the despot. In extending his power by annexing the territory of neighboring communities, he did not hesitate to sell into slavery the population of Hellenic towns, that his Campanian mercenaries might possess their estates. In these measures he showed a wilful harshness, impossible to explain, much less to excuse. For a partial understanding of his policy, however, we may note that the native Sicils and Italians, introduced in great numbers into his state, were more amenable to military discipline and physically more virile than the Greeks. Preparations for war. Having thus enlarged and consolidated his power, Dionysius began military preparations on a gigantic scale. He surrounded Syracuse and its suburbs with a great wall, so that it became the largest and most strongly fortified city in Europe. He built a navy of more than 300 warships, including many quinqueremes, vessels with 5 banks of oars, invented by his shipwrights. For land operations he filled his arsenals with munitions, among which were catapults for throwing stones, likewise an invention of his engineers. His army of more than 80,000 men was splendidly organized and equipped. It included heavy and light infantry, artillery, and cavalry, the largest, the most complex in organization and equipment, and the most efficient body of troops that Hellas had thus far created. In fact, Dionysius introduced an epoch in the history of warfare. First war with Carthage, 397 through 392. With these magnificent forces he began his first war against the Carthaginians, with the object of expelling them wholly from the island. But the enemy had boundless resources in money, and therefore in mercenaries, and the flow of Syracusan victory to the extreme west of the island was followed by a return tide of Carthaginian success, which destroyed Messene and came near overwhelming Syracuse. Only her mighty walls saved Sicily from the Phoenicians. After years of hard fighting, Dionysius contented himself with a peace that assured him the greater part of the island, with the extreme west remaining in Carthaginian hands. Conquests in Italy. Dionysius was now in a position to interfere in the affairs of Italy. Here, as in Sicily, he displayed no scruple in accomplishing his ends. With the barbarous Lucanians, who from the interior were rapidly conquering the Hellenic cities, he gladly cooperated. His share of the conquest extended from the strait to Croton. Many inhabitants of this region were sold into slavery. Others he removed to Syracuse, while others were won to his cause by unexpected clemency. The empire that he built up in Sicily and Italy was the strongest military power in Europe to that day, more distant enterprises. To his conquests he added an extensive colonial policy. Founding settlements on both Adriatic shores, he brought that sea into his sphere of influence. His object was partly to facilitate communications with the Greek peninsula, on which he entertained political designs, and more immediately to capture the trade that poured into the sea from Central Europe. Allying himself with the Gauls, who were invading Etruria, he ravaged the coast of that country, established a navy base on Corsica, and occupied Elba, where doubtless he worked the iron mines. By such means, the tyrant of Syracuse encircled Italy, possibly in the hope of dominating the whole peninsula. At all events, the power of his realm overawed the central Mediterranean region, and came near monopolizing its commerce. Meanwhile, he entered into close alliance with Lacedaemon, and took an active part in the wars and diplomacy of eastern Hellas. He waged other wars with Carthage, but with no further advantage to the Hellenic cause. His government. The form of government was still republican, for the council and the popular assembly continued to meet, and the tyrant, avoiding every unrepublican title, held the office of general with absolute command of the army, while at least in foreign relations he was entitled Archon of Sicily. His wars, extensive buildings, and a splendid court consumed enormous sums of money, which he supplied by confiscations, temple robberies, the sale of whole communities into slavery, the debasement of the coinage, and the levy of oppressive taxes and arbitrary exactions upon his subjects. His character. As to the character of this extraordinary person we have few, though telling hints. His life was free from the vices that had brought many a tyrant to ruin. Particularly the citizens could trust the honor of their wives and daughters to his keeping. He had simultaneously 2 wives, with both of whom he lived happily. It would be a mistake to ascribe his cruelties to cold blood. In the hours that others gave to wine or rest, Dionysius composed dramas. Even his excuses for temple robberies display a ready humor, whereas a curious sentimental vein is disclosed in his purchase of the writing tablets of Aeschylus as a means of inspiration. With an artistic temperament, his conduct was swayed not only by a Napoleonic ambition, but by friendship, fear, jealousy, and hatred. So far as we can judge, he was totally devoid of moral principle and of reverence for things sacred. Although he consorted with men of ability in various fields, he followed his own counsels. The Athenian philosopher Plato came to Syracuse in the hope of realizing his ideal state through the power of the despot, but in response to his arguments, the princely host is said to have had him sold as a slave. In brief, Dionysius, like Alcibiades and Lysander, was a product of his age, a non-moral, non-religious, but otherwise splendidly gifted egoist. The balance of historical judgment. As the modern historian reviews the destruction of Hellenic cities, the enslavement of entire populations, the grinding financial exactions, and most of all the political and moral degradation of the free citizens under this despotism, he is inclined to look upon Dionysius as a curse to humanity. On the other side of the picture is the strong man who builds up a realm of civilized folk capable of defending themselves in perilous times against the assaults of the barbarians in one direction and of Orientals in the other, when both these enemies of European civilization were growing continually mightier. Appreciating the political weakness of Hellenic character, he tried to supplement it by an introduction of native Italian and Sicil blood. Thus he was a champion of Europeanism rather than of Hellenism, and in his blending of foreigners with Greeks he stood forth as the first Hellenistic prince. Had he been followed by a line of able successors, his realm would have expanded, and have taken the place of Rome as the civilizer of the West. As matters stood, his only service was to check the progress of Carthage, till Rome grew sufficiently strong to protect Europe from the encroachment of Oriental civilization. As his son and successor, Dionysius II was totally incapable. The realm fell to pieces. The cities came under the rule of petty tyrants, and the power of Carthage threatened to overwhelm the entire island. Under these circumstances, Timoleon of Corinth, with a few hundred mercenaries, landed in Sicily for the purpose of liberating Syracuse. 344. Within a few years he expelled the tyrants, and in a great victory drove the Carthaginians into their strongholds on the western coast. All the cities were reorganized as modern democracies in which the people exercised the franchise while leaving the executive strong. The federation of the Hellenic cities provided for defense against internal and foreign enemies. Colonies from older Hellas made good the population caused by war, and an era of material prosperity began. These achievements of Timoleon, unselfishly wrought and leading to universal good, served to deepen the shadow upon the tyranny of the elder Dionysius. Unfortunately, the idyllic peace created by the liberator was to prove even more fleeting than that earlier security under the despot's galling yoke. End of chapter 22.
Chapter 23. The Rise of Macedon. To 337. Country and people. Macedon consisted of a narrow plain, bordering the sea and a hill country in the interior. The Athenians had taken possession of the coast, and had cut the country off from maritime communications with the world. The uplands were covered with forests, the abode of the wild boar and the lion. The inhabitants were either Greeks related to the Thessalians, or perhaps an Indo-European people of kindred speech, who in early time had borrowed an extensive vocabulary from the Thessalians. It was probably because their dialect was foreign and their civilization backward that the Hellenes of the 4th century pronounced them barbarians. For subsistence, they hunted wild beasts, gathered nuts and forest fruits, pastured a few sheep, or cultivated small patches of ground. They lived in hovels, grouped in small villages, dressed in skins or in coarsely woven cloth, and carried ever with them weapons for protection from the neighboring barbarians or for mutual slaughter in their drunken brawls. Although the majority were free, some were evidently the clients of great lords who possessed large tracts of land, and served in war as companions of their king. Early political condition and history to 359. The uplands comprised several broad river valleys, separated by high ridges. Each valley was the abode of a tribe under its chief. Similarly, the long narrow plain, which lay between the highland and the coast possessions of Athens, had its king. The earlier history of Macedon hinges on the conflict between plain and highland. The chiefs of the interior owed an unwilling allegiance to the king of the plain, submitted to if he were strong, but denied to the weakling. Hence there were constant revolts and reconquests. Gradually the king introduced among his people Hellenic civilization and military equipment, by means of which he gained the mastery over the upland. The work of reducing Macedon to unity belonged chiefly to King Amyntas, 390 to 369. His reign was full of strife and anarchy, intrigue and murder. At one time the Illyrians drove him from the realm, and again the Olynthian confederacy robbed him of his possessions near the sea. But after its fall, 379, the Macedonian king for the first time could reasonably hope to acquire a seaboard. Death at an advanced age snatched him from this opportunity. With a talent for governmental business and accomplished as a general, he had spent his life sword in hand, interminably battling with the Olynthians, or with the savage Illyrians and Paeonians, repressing rebellions in his upper feudatories, or stamping out disaffection in his own household. 3 lawful sons were left, Alexander, Perdiccas, and Philip, all destined to royalty and to violent deaths. After his 2 elder brothers had fulfilled their brief careers, Philip mounted a throne overshadowed by internal dissensions and foreign war. 359. Philip in Thebes, 368-5. At the age of 15, Philip had been sent as a hostage to Thebes, where he remained 3 years. This sojourn may well be compared with that of Peter the Great in Holland and England. In spite of the infiltration of Hellenic culture, the Macedonians were as yet barbarians, with but a veneer of civilization, and Philip had inherited the savage appetites and passions of his royal ancestors. His long stay in Thebes, at that time the military and political center of Hellas, was an education of the highest type. The schools and gymnasia, the armories and arsenals, the splendid Boeotian phalangites, Epaminondas and his brilliant associates all served him as models and as an inspiration, to make his own country a state of the Hellenic type and to win for himself a place among these men of superior breeding and intelligence. The mines and the army. With a quick mind and a strong hand, he put an end to anarchy within his borders, and inspired turbulent neighbors with respect for his power. Aside from his own inborn ability, perhaps the greatest element of success in his career was his seizure of the gold mines of Mount Pangaeus, just beyond the Thracian border, which, according to reports, brought him more than 1,000 talents a year. Although this statement may be an exaggeration, yet the proceeds constituted the foundation of his power, as it enabled him to create a standing army of professional soldiers superior to anything heretofore known to the world. From the peasants and the shepherds, who were excellent fighting material, he selected the best, and formed them into a phalanx. These foot companions, as they were honorably named, he armed more lightly than ordinary phalangite, but increased the length of their spears. In equipment, they somewhat resembled the peltasts of Hippocrates. They were given mobility by an increase of space between man and man. As auxiliaries to the phalanx, Philip added archers and slingers, and a body of mercenaries. The cavalry were equipped as light and heavy, and in the latter, the nobles served as companions of the king. Philip not only drilled these troops, but exercised them in long, rapid marches, carrying their arms and provisions. They were kept under rigid discipline, and encouraged to athletic competitions by prizes for winners. To this fighting machine he was able, when occasion demanded, to attach an efficient siege train. Thus Philip developed a military system even more complex and more efficient than that of Dionysius I. Its superiority consisted mainly in the soldierly qualities of the men, the professional efficiency which they acquired under long service, and the ability of the commander and his generals. Lacedaemon had long possessed a standing army, but its numbers were small compared with Philip's force, and it was notably weak, not only in light troops, cavalry, and siege equipment, but in mobility, all of which qualities were the very essence of Philip's strength. His diplomacy. The king's gold formed too an essential element of the diplomacy in which he developed a masterful skill. Through ability to buy friends and reward his faithful henchmen, as well as through urbanity, good fellowship, and general adroitness in the management of men, he created in every Hellenic state a party devoted to his cause. States whose interests were threatened by his aggressions he could usually lull into a sense of security until the time was ripe for striking the fatal blow. No scruple, no lying or truce-breaking stood in the way of his seizing an advantage. Philip's early aggressions, 359-1. Philip's determination to win the coast region adjoining his country conflicted with the interest of the Olynthian Confederacy and of Athens. His characteristic diplomacy kept the former quiet, while he proceeded to annex Amphipolis and other possessions of Athens. To check his aggressions, that city began a war on him in 357, which, though involving only occasional hostilities, nominally continued 11 years. Meanwhile, he made himself master of Thessaly and the greater part of Thrace. His occupation of a long line of coast added rich port customs to his revenue, and enabled him to build cruisers to prey upon Athenian commerce. Athens was weakened by the loss of her greater allies in the Social War, 357 to 355, and still more by a policy which devoted a large share of the public revenues to the feeding and entertainment of the populace. The first Philippic of Demosthenes, 351. These material enjoyments were disturbed only by the voice of Demosthenes proclaiming anew the civil ideals of Themistocles and Pericles, which called men to sacrifice and suffer for their country. In his first Philippic, 351, he informed his countrymen that their enemy had grown great through their own sloth, that to check his further aggrandizement they should act at once. Quote, "The wealthy should contribute, the physically able should enlist. In a word, if you will become your own masters and cease each expecting to do nothing himself, while his neighbors do everything for him, you shall then, with heaven's permission, recover your own. Get back what you have frittered away, and chastise Philip." End quote. To send a general off with a few empty ships and a little money for hiring mercenaries, as you have so often done, he continues in substance, is worse than useless, for the general is a slave to his hirelings, who merely prey upon your own allies. Keep a small fleet cruising on the northern Aegean, manned in part by citizens, to protect our remaining allies and harass the enemy. You Athenians, he exclaims, with larger means than any other people, ships, infantry, and income, have never up to this day made proper use of any of them. The speaker proposes a well-considered plan of armament, including the financial support, which to his country would have been a mere trifle. He was still young, however, and his words carried little weight. Nothing was done on that occasion, and Philip continued to gain ground. Conquest of the Olynthian Confederacy, 349-8. 2 years later, after demoralizing the Chalcidic cities with bribes, Philip entered openly upon their conquest. Appeals to Athens for help were supported by the eloquence of Demosthenes in his 3 Olympiac orations. The spirit of these addresses is like that of the first Philippic described above. His countrymen should grasp this God-given opportunity to join with the Olynthians in putting down the common enemy of Hellas, an enemy steadily advancing toward Athens. It is better to fight him at a distance than to see the ruin of our farms, to join at once with our allies and with his disaffected subjects than to later bear the whole brunt alone. His power is indeed formidable, as other speakers have shown, but it rests upon a weak foundation, on unrighteousness, perjury, and falsehood, and will fall if we strike hard. Far from losing himself in eloquent generalities, the young statesman had a definite plan to propose, as on other occasions worked out in minute detail. If the citizens were to receive money from the state, he maintains, they should earn it by labor, the young men by military duty, the elders by service at home. This appeal for public efficiency fell on deaf ears. Inadequate and tardy help was sent. The Confederacy fell. Of the 32 cities which composed it, only a few were spared and were admitted into the Macedonian state on equality with the neighboring towns. The rest were destroyed, and the inhabitants enslaved. Philip's friends throughout Hellas were favored with gifts from these human spoils. An Athenian met a certain man of Arcadia, driving homeward a herd of 30 Olynthian women and children, whom he had received as a present from his friend the king. The Athenian wept at the sight, and bewailed the abject state of Hellas, that could endure such pitiable scenes. At length it was clear, even to the average statesman, that Hellas had a master, whose policy toward the Greeks was not only intrigue, insinuation, and bribery, but likewise blood and iron. His direct sway extended from the Hellespont to Thermopylae, and many a city further south was controlled by his paid henchmen. The Sacred War, beginning 356. For some time, Philip had been involved in the so-called Sacred War, which had broken out in 356. During her supremacy, Thebes had control of the Delphic Amphictyony, and used this power against her enemies. It was through her influence, for example, that the Amphictyonic Council had fined Sparta 500 talents for having seized the Theban Cadmea in time of peace. This sum was never paid. In like manner, as Phocis was disinclined to bear the Theban supremacy, the council proceeded to fine some of her leading men for alleged trespassing upon the property of Apollo. On the refusal of the accused to pay the fines, the council declared a sacred war upon their country. The Phocian commander seized the treasury at Delphi, with which he hired a great force of mercenaries. Thus provided, he was able to make headway against the Boeotians, to carry the war into Thessaly, and to contend with Philip. Ultimately, the Macedonian king defeated the invaders and expelled them from Thessaly. Hellenic sentiment disapproved of their seizure of the Delphic treasury, and though both Athenians and Lacedaemonians were their allies, neither gave material aid. The exhaustion of the sacred fund was sure to bring the downfall and punishment of the Phocians. The Treaty of Philocrates, 346. Such was the condition of affairs in 348 when the Chalcidic cities were destroyed. Athens was contending alone against Philip, and always losing. There was no hope of success, and hence no reason for prolonging the struggle. Negotiations ended in the Peace of Philocrates, 346, so named after the Athenian who proposed it. The treaty established not only peace but a defensive alliance. It was acknowledged that the status quo extended to the allies of both parties, with the exception of the Phocians. Accepting the inevitable, Demosthenes had worked for the peace. The Athenians voted for it, however, under the strange delusion that Philip intended to spare Phocis and to attack the Thebans. Devastation of Phocis. The men of Athens were not long kept in the dark as to the fate of the Phocians. The Amphictyonic Council had invited Philip to put an end to the sacred war, and he was now in a position to accept. The helpless Phocians yielded unconditionally. Their towns were destroyed, and they were scattered in villages. They were compelled further by an annual tribute of 60 talents to replace the plundered treasure. To see that these measures were carried out, the king quartered troops on the country. Its condition, as Demosthenes saw it shortly afterward, was pitiable. Quote, "That ruin that has fallen on the poor Phocians may be seen from what has actually been done there. A shocking and pitiable sight. Men of Athens, on our journey to Delphi, we were forced to see it all. Houses razed to the ground, walls demolished, a country stripped of its adult male population, a few women and little children, and miserable old men. No language can equal the wretchedness now existing there." End quote. The Phocians were excluded from the Amphictyony, and their 2 votes were transferred to Philip and his descendants. The man whom patriot Greeks had scoffed at as a barbarian and a drunkard, a boon companion of the offscourings of society, was thus publicly acknowledged as a Hellene, and was given the presidency of the Pythian Games held that autumn. He was now the arbiter of Greek affairs, and his name in flattery or execration was on every man's lips. Philip's larger ambition and its obstacle in Athens. About this time Philip began to think of making war upon Persia. With this end in view, he desired the peace and goodwill of the Hellenes, and his own election to the chief command. As a strong navy would be indispensable, he especially courted the friendship of Athens. His advances in the latter direction were repelled. Shocked at the ruin of the Phocians, the Athenians burned for a renewal of hostilities, and were restrained with great difficulty by Demosthenes. They considered the treaty of Philocrates a disgrace to themselves, and allowed its author to be driven by prosecution into exile. Demosthenes brought Aeschines, a rival orator, to trial on the charge of having bartered to Philip the interests of Athens. This misconduct, the prosecutor alleged, was on the occasion of the embassies to Philip, connected with the recent treaty, in which both Aeschines and Demosthenes had taken part. The speeches of these adversaries at the trial, 343, are a hopeless maze of contradictions. Neither antagonist seems to have hesitated at falsehood. Aeschines was acquitted only by 30 votes. Against him it must at least be said that from the bitterest opponent of Philip he was suddenly converted, in the embassy preceding the peace, into an ardent champion, and it is not improbable that he and Philocrates had received from Philip estates in the conquered territory of Olynthus. Be that as it may, Philip's friends at Athens were at length in disrepute. The popularity of Demosthenes, and with it the strength of the anti-Macedonian party, grew from day to day. These men looked upon the peace merely as a breathing time, on Philip as an enemy at heart, who, when the opportune moment should come, would treat Athens as he had treated Olynthus. Under the lead of Demosthenes, therefore, they seized every opportunity to hamper the further extension of his power. Philip and Epirus in Peloponnese, a new Hellenic federation. Meanwhile, Philip placed his brother-in-law Alexander on the throne of Epirus, strengthened his hold upon Thrace and Thessaly, and by his characteristic methods gained an ascendancy in Peloponnese. Athens, on the other hand, won for herself a considerable federation, including Euboea, Megara, Corinth, Achaia, Acarnania, Leucas, Phocis, and lastly Thebes, still the most powerful city-state on the peninsula. Since the Battle of Mantinea, 362, had put an end to city supremacy, its place was filled by the principle of the balance of power. In the new political system, the object of the statesman was to prevent any one of the greater city-states, Thebes, Athens, Lacedaemon, and Argos, from growing so powerful as to menace the liberties of the rest. From the beginning of his public career, Demosthenes consistently upheld this principle. In his judgment, Athens should protect the weaker states, and should refrain from exercising compulsion toward any of them. She should make of herself an efficient military power, as to be ready to accept the leadership when voluntarily tendered by Hellas. The Federation of Hellenes, mentioned above, was largely his work, and the union between Athens and Thebes, the leading powers in eastern Hellas, who had long cherished toward each other the bitterest hatred, was a great achievement of statesmanship, as it formed an important step toward Hellenic unity. Battle of Chaeronea, 338. For the success of this policy, time was lacking. Unfortunately for the Hellenic cause, a sacred war had again been declared for alleged trespassing upon the property of Apollo, on this occasion against the little town of Amphissa, Lauris, and Philip had been invited by the Amphictyons to take the captaincy. A clash with the federals was inevitable. In the Battle of Boeotia, he routed their forces. As further resistance seemed hopeless, the federation dissolved, and Philip was left free to organize Greece according to his pleasure. Sparta alone held out. Philip ravaged her country and trimmed off a wide strip of territory on the east, north, and west, but failed to conquer the state. Philip's treatment of Thebes and of Athens, his garrisons. In meting out punishment, Philip was most severe upon Thebes, which had been most subservient to him, but had deserted at the last hour. She had lost her hegemony over Boeotia. The leaders in the revolt who failed to escape were put to death, and the garrison was placed in the Cadmea. Philip found it advisable likewise to garrison Chalcis and Corinth. Athens, on the other hand, which had opposed him most consistently, received unexpected favors. This city still commanded the sea, and Philip could not risk a long and uncertain siege, especially as Athens might be able to bring Persia and many Greek states to her support. In his plans for the future, too, the cooperation of Athens was necessary. The king, therefore, freed the Athenian prisoners without ransom, and left the city her constitution and her territory, including the islands settled by her colonists. She had to give up the Thracian Chersonese, but received in exchange the Boeotian Oropus. No foreign troops crossed her border, and none of her statesmen were touched. Philip's Hellenic League, winter of 338-7. Philip then proceeded to the organization of Hellas. On his invitation, all the states of the peninsula, except in Lacedaemon, and of the islands round about, sent deputies to a Hellenic Congress at Corinth. The states were represented, as in the Boeotian League, according to population. The constitution of the new union was incorporated in a treaty between that body and Philip, and in the mutual oaths of the contracting parties as follows. The state shall be independent and self-governing, and any who attempt to subvert the constitution, existing at the time when the oaths are taken, shall be considered enemies of all who share in the treaty. It is further provided that all the deputies and all who have a care for the public safety shall see that, in the states which share in the peace, there shall be no executions or banishments contrary to the laws now existing in the states, or confiscations of property, or redivisions of the soil, or abolitions of any dead, or emancipations of slaves for revolutionary purposes. In case the exiles from any state attempt a forcible return, the state which harbors such militant exiles shall be excluded from the peace. All are at liberty to navigate the sea, and the state which infringes this right shall be deemed a common enemy. The contracting states agree not to encroach upon one another in any way, but faithfully to keep the peace. Between Philip and the League, there is to be an offensive and defensive alliance. Philip is to be the commander-in-chief. The deputies pledge their states by oath not to overthrow the kingship of Philip or of his descendants, but to maintain the treaty, and to wage war upon any who violate it. These arrangements were to be permanent. It was further decided that Macedon and Hellas should wage jointly a war against Persia under Philip's command. The sum of the Hellenic forces was reckoned at 200,000 infantry and 15,000 cavalry. Valuation of this achievement. In this way was achieved the unification of eastern Hellas, for which the best minds of the race had long been yearning. Had the Greeks possessed sufficient political experience, they would have accepted the situation and would ultimately have been able to throw off the Macedonian supremacy. The centrifugal tendencies of the cities, however, were still too strong to endure this forcible bridling. So independent, in fact, were the Greek spirit that the coercion itself served as a powerful factor of disintegration. The large degree of liberty still left to the Hellenes existed on sufferance only. Despite his benevolence, Philip was a self-constituted despot, and the Greeks, even if they had been willing to submit to a loving master, possessed no guarantee for the continuance of the goodwill. The supremacy of Macedon was an innovation upon that of the city-state in two important respects. It was the rule, 1, of a semi-civilized people over a highly cultured race, 2, of a military power centralized in the hands of a man who, in spite of his benevolence to Hellas and his admiration for her culture, was essentially an egoist. The issue between Philip and the Hellenes is alive today, and the historian who maintains that the strong man is justified in forcibly imposing his rule upon mankind upholds Philip, whereas the believer in democracy and the right of the people to determine their own government necessarily gives the greater share of his sympathy to the Hellenes. Their freedom was not destroyed, but merely abridged by the Battle of Chaeronea. Hellenic and modern history compared. In reviewing their history to this date, the reader who applies present standards to the struggles among their cities is tempted to regard their wars as contemptibly petty, and to look upon the Greeks as supremely foolish in clinging so tenaciously to their city-states. This view, however, is subject to correction through a right historical perspective. The Great War, which began August 1st, 1914, has clearly revealed the fact that, in political wisdom, the world has not advanced appreciably beyond the Greeks. By a process of gradual growth, rather than through statesmanship, the nation has been substituted for the city. But to one who regards the situation without partisanship, the antipathies and the rivalries among nations are of the same character of those of former time among cities. While the wars between groups of nations are incomparably more destructive to life and property, and hence more prejudicial to civilization, from this point of view, the military and political strivings of the Greek republics are worthy of our study. In principle, though not in magnitude, they are sufficiently near to modern conditions to afford us at least an occasional lesson in political science. End of Chapter 23.
Chapter 24, Economy and Society, 404 to 337. Effects of the Peloponnesian War upon population and economy. With the political developments from the close of the Peloponnesian War to the formation of the Hellenic Union under Philip, the economic and social conditions of the period are closely interrelated. We are able but roughly to estimate the effects of the Peloponnesian War upon population and economy. There can be no doubt that the conflict, through waste of life and property, and through the withdrawal of the energies of states from the productive works of peace, was in a high degree damaging. The victors suffered only less than the vanquished. Through losses in war and more through economic causes, the number of Spartan peers had sunk to 2,000, and this body continued throughout the 4th century to shrink till in the time of Aristotle no more than 1,000 remained. The number of inferiors correspondingly grew, while that of the Perioeci and of the Helots remained substantially unchanged. These circumstances augmented the difficulty of governing the newly acquired empire, and even of holding the lower Lacedaemonian classes in subordination. The situation was complicated by the inflow of silver as contributions from the new Aegean allies. Despite a law that the precious metals were to be used by the state alone, private citizens now acquired money, some by embezzling the public funds. Among the latter was Gylippus, an eminent general, who secreted the stolen treasure of Athenian coins beneath his roof, till his servant reported to the ephors that under his tiles roosted many owls. Other Spartans avoided the penalty by depositing their money with their Arcadian neighbors. Thus accustomed to disobedience of law and traditional discipline, wealthy Spartans went through the form of eating their meager repasts at public tables while living privately in unstinted luxury. This expensive standard of life, introduced by the few wealthy, was readily adopted, along with its attendant contempt for the law, by the poorer peers. The increasing luxury and rising prices of imports, together with the long-continued tendency to the concentration of landed property in the hands of women, did more to thin the ranks of the peers than had been effected by the war with Athens. The reason is that a peer whose estate fell menacingly near the minimum production required by his Sicilian had no lawful means of recruiting his failing fortune, for he was still a professional soldier who could engage in no business nor even work with his own hands in his field. His only resource was to wed a rich wife, yet even thus he might incur the penalty for a breach of the law against an unseemly marriage. At Sparta, feminism, nourished by her peculiar usages, had taken the form of lawlessness and intemperance, luxury at table and in dress, basking in dainty robes of costly workmanship, or rearing horses for the chariot events at Olympia. The ostentation and arrogance of women were especially irritating to the lower classes. Among the latter, the inferiors, a grade of Spartans too poor to make their contributions to the Syssitia, and for this reason disfranchised, formed a dangerous element in the community. Shortly after the accession of Agesilaus, one of their number, Cinadon, hatched a conspiracy for overthrowing the constitution and leveling distinctions of rank. The plot came to light, and Cinadon, when arrested, gave as his motive, "I wished to be inferior to no man in Lacedaemon." He and his accomplices miserably perished, but their death gave no lasting security to the peers, who continued to dwell on the thin crust of a social volcano. It was in fact a misfortune for Sparta that no Cinadon or Lysander, by reform or revolution, succeeded in extending the citizenship at least to the Perioeci and in emancipating the Helots. Her rigid system, well adapted to a primitive community and exceedingly efficient while the citizens believed in it, had long been obsolete, continued merely by the inertia of the Spartans. They had lost the character essential to its vital maintenance, and instead of expanding in culture and in outlook with other Hellenes, they had grown more ignorant and more illiberal than ever. Dreamers like Plato, disregarding the facts, might in imagination transform them into ideal citizens, converting even their shortcomings into transcendent virtues. And Laconizers in various cities might still go about in short chitons, with Caestus on arm, and with ears bruised in the curious delusion that by these outward forms they were embodying the manliness of Lacedaemon. Xenophon, however, a practical man, though an enthusiastic admirer of Sparta, saw in the petty ambition and sordid greed of individuals a mark of decadence, whereas the cold reasoner Aristotle found every branch of the government weakened through venality and incapacity. In his opinion, the fundamental defect lay in the mistaken object of their education. The Lacedaemonians brutalize their children by laborious exercises, which they think will make them courageous. In fact, as we have often repeated, education should not be exclusively directed to this or to any other single end. Even if we suppose the Lacedaemonians to be right in their end, they do not attain it. For among the barbarians and among animals, courage is found associated not with the greatest ferocity, but with a gentle and lion-like temper. It is not strange that the Lacedaemonians, while they were themselves assiduous in their laborious drill, were superior to others, but are now beaten both in war and in gymnastic exercises. For their ancient superiority did not depend upon their mode of training the youth, but only on the circumstance that they trained them at a time when others did not. Hence, we may infer that the noble, not the brutal, should have the first place. We should judge the Lacedaemonians not from what they have been, but from what they are. For now they have rivals who compete with their education, whereas formerly they had none. Here is expressed the opinion that the Lacedaemonians had remained stationary for centuries, while the other Hellenes were progressing. Archaeological research, however, convinces us of their actual decline. As usually happens, too, with extreme views, the judgments of Plato and Aristotle are both wrong. In spite of shortcomings, the conduct of the Spartans in crises, as after the Battle of Leuctra, still reveals good results of their discipline, while their inbred courage, their military training, and prudence in authority still recommended individual Spartans as commanders to Hellenic states when menaced by especial danger. It was worthy of her past that, after the overwhelming Macedonian victory at Chaeronea, Sparta alone of all the city-states continued to maintain her liberty against the victor. Effects of the Peloponnesian War as a whole. The effect of the war with Athens on Peloponnese as a whole was less marked. The isolation of the peninsula by the Athenian fleet during the early years of the struggle must have greatly damaged commerce. Toward the end of the conflict, when all fear of the Athenian naval supremacy had vanished, there began a tendency to concentrate in cities and to an industrial economy, which continued during the 4th century. Hence it was that Agesilaus could speak of Sparta's allies as potters, smiths, masons, carpenters, and other such mechanics. These changes diminished the number capable of equipping themselves for service in the heavy infantry, while adding to the day laborers and the slaves. Hence, while the total population remained about the same in numbers, it underwent social deterioration. The decline of agriculture was not especially due to an impoverishment of the soil, for toward the end of the century, if we may trust Aristotle, even the surf-worked fields of Lacedaemon were capable of supporting an army of 30,000 foot and 1,500 horse. After all has been said, the military decline of Peloponnese in the 4th century may be traced to political disintegration more than to waste of war or to economic factors. Sicily. Syracuse, another victor in the war with Athens, made no economic gain through her success, and soon all Sicily had to suffer repeated Carthaginian invasions, involving not only the desolation of fields, but the destruction of wealthy cities. The long tyranny of Dionysius, however, in spite of exactions, brought prosperity to Sicily and contributed to the growth of his capital till it became the greatest city in the Hellenic world. The downfall of the tyranny was followed by other destructive wars, but every new period of quiet renewed her prosperity, while losses in population were made good by colonization. It speaks well for the vitality of the Sicilians and for the continued fertility of their soil that in the 3rd century, when Rome and Carthage first came into conflict, the island was still wealthy and populous. Under Agathocles, 317 to 289, the population had increased to about 1 million, the great majority of whom were freemen. From that time, however, it began to decline. Magna Graecia. Although in the 4th century the greater part of Magna Graecia fell into the hands of the Lucanians, the cities which remained free were still prosperous. Among them, Tarentum was by far the largest. It is reported that she could put into the field an army of 20,000 foot and 2,000 horse. A reason for her greatness lay in the circumstance that her port was the first reached by ships sailing westward from Greece or southward from the Adriatic coasts, which poured a considerable trade into southern Italy and Sicily. The fertile soil of the Tarentines, their fisheries, handicrafts, and extensive trade with the interior, as well as with foreign lands, brought them extraordinary wealth. Thence arose a standard of comfort and refinement which dazzled or shocked the rest of Hellas. Men wore delicately fringed gowns, such as only the most luxurious women elsewhere could afford, and they multiplied the festivals till, it is said, their number exceeded the days of the year. Theopompus, a contemporary historian, thus describes their life. The city of the Tarentines sacrifices oxen nearly every month and provides public dinners, whereas the multitude of private persons are continually engaged in banquets and drinking parties. The Tarentines have some such saying as this: other men, because they are fond of personal exertion, and because they devote themselves to actual labor, thus prepare their subsistence for the future, whereas we, through our banquets and pleasures, are not about to live, but are already living. Naturally, on such topics, writers are prone to exaggeration, and this extreme criticism we may balance by the fact that through the 4th century the Pythagoreans were a power in the government, whose moderation in the distribution of offices among the rich and poor calls forth the commendation of Aristotle. Despite the commerce and industry of Tarentum, Syracuse, and lesser cities, the economy of Sicily and Magna Graecia was chiefly agricultural. Effects of the war on the island states of the Aegean Sea. Doubtless the greatest sufferers from the wars of the 5th and 4th centuries were the island states of the Aegean Sea, exposed as they were to the alternate ravages of the two hostile powers, and to the more destructive conflicts of civil factions. The waste of agricultural resources in the destruction of vineyards, orchards, and forests, and in the thinning of the soil through forced neglect and through washings by rain, could never be wholly repaired. Vainly the courageous inhabitants tried to balance the loss of productivity by extending their terraces high up the mountainsides. To the contemporary observer, their poverty seemed pitiable. A partial recovery was experienced under the too brief ascendancy of Athens. It was not till the opening of the East by Alexander that the Aegean islands along the Asiatic seaboard took on a new industrial life, as the center of commerce shifted from Piraeus to Rhodes. The Greeks of Asia. The Greeks of Asia, whom Lacedaemon sold to the king, suffered chiefly through lack of respect in the Persian government for the personality of its subjects. It was not enough that the beautiful youths and girls of respectable Hellenic families were drafted into the degrading service and the harems of Persian grandees, but the entire population had daily to submit to the insolence of the satraps and their deputies, whose effeminacy the Hellenes despised. Isocrates declares, "They suffer in their own persons harsher treatment than our bought slaves, for no one ill-treats his servants as they, the Persians, chastise free men." Not strange, therefore, was their zeal in supporting Agesilaus, and their intense regret at his departure. They were disturbed, too, by the armed rivalries of the satraps and by the operations of the Corinthian War. Afterward, however, came an era of quiet in which, so far as material gains can atone for loss of freedom, they were repaid by an extraordinary increase of wealth and prosperity, chiefly due to freedom of commerce with the interior. Under these favorable circumstances, Ephesus assumed a splendor unknown to her past, and as the capital of Caria, Halicarnassus revived. At the same time, the Hellenes of Asia gradually adapted themselves to Oriental ideas and conditions of life. The lords of Thessaly. In the period now under review, Thessaly came into greater prominence, though less as a master than as a victim of political events. This country contained a larger area of arable land than any other in Greece, but was occupied from old by great lords ruling over a multitude of serfs, the Penestae. Partly for this reason, it was one of the most backward countries in Hellas. Adopting the worst vices of civilization, the masters passed their time in dicing and drunkenness, eating at tables loaded with expensive viands, entertained meanwhile by piping and dancing girls. Since the age of Pericles, however, the lords began to open their hearts to the enjoyment of Hellenic culture. Especially rhetoric and sophistry found a welcome home with them, and undoubtedly the latter study had a part in the luckless movement toward social leveling. It is significant that near the end of the 5th century, Pherae, the city most accessible by sea to the rest of Hellas, was the scene of an attempt to liberate the Penestae, made by candidates for the tyranny. In their usurpation, they freed the serfs of the neighborhood and armed them against their lords. This movement, however, did not end in a general liberation. The lack of enterprise in the lower class, due to their subjection, kept the general economy pastoral and agricultural. The considerable exports and imports, accordingly, were in the hands of foreigners, who, by means of their capital, mercilessly exploited the inhabitants. The continual seditions and the military interference of Spartans, Thebans, Phocians, and Macedonians joined with the established serfdom in augmenting the poverty of the country and in retarding its economic and cultural progress. Attica during the 4th century. It is only for Attica that our information affords us a view of the general features of social and economic life during the 4th century, though even for that country there are many disappointing gaps in our knowledge. The remainder of the chapter, accordingly, is given to Athenian conditions with occasional references to other parts of Hellas. Athens, her condition after the Peloponnesian War. Naturally, Athens was among the chief sufferers in the Peloponnesian War. Her country was more systematically harried than any other in Hellas, and the thin soil had less to lose by negligence in fertilizing and by the enemy's ravages than that of the islands. The mountainsides became more barren, the rocks protruded more nakedly than before. It is doubtful whether, with all their efforts, the inhabitants ever succeeded in restoring the soil to its earlier fertility. Country dwellings and barns had been burned or torn down and carried off by the Thebans. The livestock had been killed and eaten by owners or driven off by the invaders. More than 20,000 slaves, many of them skilled workmen, had deserted to the enemy. Thus many citizens were deprived of their shop hands and their livelihood. Merchant ships as well as war galleys had perished, and industry pitiably shrank. The loss of property in the islands impoverished many citizens formerly in affluence. As for money, says one of these unfortunates, You would have a better chance to find it in the street than to borrow it of a banker. Even more deplorable was the loss of life. In battle, pestilence, starvation, and executions under the 30, the number of adult male citizens had sunk to about 20,000, and it never thereafter greatly exceeded that total. In addition to dwindling economic resources and a notable rise in the standard of living, it is probable that the spread of malaria from the neglected fields militated against racial vitality. Attica, a country of small farms. Of the total number of citizens mentioned above, fully 20,000 were landowners. Although doubtless many holdings were dwelling lots in the city or Piraeus, there is abundant evidence that through the 4th century, Attica remained a country of small farms. For example, of 16 rural mortgages known to us, which ranged from 500 to 8,000 drachmas, precisely one half were within the limit of 1,000 drachmas. Even though the actual value may have been double the mortgage, these farms were remarkably small. In like manner, of 9 rural inheritances ranging from 2,000 to 15,000 drachmas, and representing therefore the better class of landed properties, the average value was 7,500 drachmas. As happens in a country of small farms, the estates of a relatively wealthy proprietor were located in widely separated parts of the country. Far from any tendency toward latifundia, the process of dividing larger estates among several owners was underway in this period, so that when a relatively great farm came upon the market, often it was divided into small plots in order to attract purchasers with restricted means. An estate of 45 acres, one half for cultivation, the rest for woodland and pasture, was considered very comfortable, whereas one of 65 acres was opulent. The facts thus far mentioned point to a healthful country economy. Conditions elsewhere in Hellas were similar. While under oligarchies all the land remained in the hands of a few, in democracies the farms were small. Expressing this general principle, Aristotle says, "Now no one is in want because estates are divided into as many parcels as there are citizens." The restoration of the ruined Attic farms after the war, involving the planting of trees, the rebuilding of houses, the purchase of tools and stock, was heroically accomplished in the face of enormous difficulties and discouragements. Of that fact, the great number of mortgage inscriptions of the 4th century give evidence. Particularly, the farmers had to compete with imported grain kept cheap by governmental regulation. At the same time, business attractions were such as to induce not a few to sell their farms and move into the city or Piraeus. We hear of an Athenian who made a fortune by buying up worn-out estates and improving them for sale at a higher price. There were always purchasers, for though the profits were small, the investment was safe. There can be no doubt that whereas many farmers failed through ignorance and sloth, it was practicable with prudence and energy not only to make a living by agriculture, but actually to accumulate property. Scientific farming. One who wished to acquire a knowledge of agriculture no longer had to depend on the experience of his neighbors or on the works and days of Hesiod, but could read scientific books on the subject by specialists. Of this literature we have but a brief example in Xenophon's Economist. Farmers of this age paid great attention to the enrichment of the soil. Evidently, they were acquainted even with mineral fertilizers. Ordinarily, they allowed their land to lie fallow on alternate years, as had been the custom for ages, but took the first step toward the rotation of crops in planting a field 2 successive summers for different products and leaving it fallow the third. We have no means of exactly measuring the productivity, yet Xenophon testifies to the variety and luxuriance of plant life in a climate of extraordinary mildness, and pictures the fishermen as they scud along the coastlands, viewing a panorama of farmsteads and of grain-bearing fields, good and bad, where we now find scant pasture for goats. Commerce. Throughout the 4th century, accordingly, agriculture remained the chief economic basis of Athenian life. Next in importance was commerce, which consisted largely of importations and of the transit of merchandise through Piraeus to other countries. In the first place, Attica produced only a third of the grain consumed by its inhabitants. The remainder had to be imported from Pontus, Egypt, Sicily, and elsewhere. You are doubtless aware, says Demosthenes to his fellow citizens, that we consume more foreign grain than any other people in the world. The grain, however, which comes in from the Pontus equals the whole quantity from other markets, and no wonder, not only because that region has an abundance of grain, but because Lucan, who reigns there, has granted exemption from duty to those who export to Athens, and issues an order that merchants bound for our port shall load their vessels first. Having the exemption in this city for himself and his children, he has given it to all of you. Consider what an important thing it is. He takes 1/30 from all who export grain from his dominions. Now the amount of grain coming to us from his country is about 400,000 medimni, as one may learn from the entry kept by the grain inspectors. This passage affords interesting evidence of tariff reciprocity between Athens and the Tauric Chersonese, Crimea, under King Lucan. So anxious were the Athenians to provide for a grain supply that they made it a capital crime in a citizen or a metic to carry grain to any non-Attic port, and of all grain brought to Piraeus, 2/3 had to be sold in the country itself, leaving but 1/3 to be taken elsewhere. Among other imports were salt fish, hides, timber for shipbuilding, slaves, fine wines, drugs, paints and dyes, iron, copper, ivory, and innumerable other articles of use and luxury for home consumption or for reshipment to neighboring states. In fact, Piraeus remained the chief distributing center of the Hellenic world. Commerce accordingly yielded ample profits to merchants and shipowners, while furnishing remunerative labor to a numerous class of master shipbuilders, carpenters, sailors, and longshoremen. Athenian exports. In exchange, the Athenians could export wine and oil in their vases, which were now suffering an artistic decline and were therefore less eagerly sought. They sent abroad the products of their shops, especially arms, cutlery, and household furniture. A considerable trade in books was growing up. With papyrus brought from Egypt, books were made in the form of rolls, which were packed in chests and shipped to all parts of the Mediterranean world and even to the Pontic shores. Another product for which there was an increasing demand is thus described by a contemporary. Within its, the country's, folds, lies embedded by nature an unstinted store of marble, out of which are chiseled temples and altars of rarest beauty, and the glittering splendor of images sacred to the gods. This marble is an object of desire to many foreigners, Hellenes and barbarians alike. Another natural resource of great importance lay in the silver mines of Laurium, whose output had greatly shrunk through the war with Peloponnese. Toward the middle of the 4th century, however, as new veins were discovered and the silver-bearing area widened, the yield became so abundant as to attract an increasing number of contractors and to encourage the false idea that the field was inexhaustible. The right to mine was sold for a lump sum to contractors who paid annually, in addition to the purchase money, a 24th of the product. The annual income of the state from this source must have greatly varied and is altogether unknown. 30 to 40 talents a year is a mere conjecture. From the gross income of the contractors, the outlay was great, but free labor profited little from it, as the manual work was done by slaves. Although contractors sometimes lost money, we hear of one individual who amassed 160, another 200 talents, which were vast fortunes for that age. Attic manufactures. By the side of commerce, Attic manufactures occupied a secondary place. Industry, however, was safe and profitable. It is significant that under the 30, and immediately afterward, when Athenian economy was in its most straitened condition, a man with a few skilled slaves could realize a handsome surplus from his shop, and an impoverished citizen could convert his dwelling into a garment factory, and with only his 14 kinswomen as laborers, could furnish them a comfortable living and actually make money. Industry seems to have been scarcely more capitalized than agriculture. The two shops of Demosthenes, father of the orator, manned by 20 and 32 slaves respectively, appear to be typical of the period. Often, in fact, an individual with one or two slaves, or with only his sons, as in the preceding century, managed his diminutive industry, whether shoemaking, stone-cutting, or other enterprise. Only such shops could serve as social rendezvous of respectable citizens. The income of the two shops above mentioned amounted to 42 minas annually. That of the individual shopkeeper was sufficient for the necessities of life without luxury. My poor man, 'tis true, has to scrape and to screw, and his work he must never be slack in. There'll be no superfluity found in his cot, but then there'll nothing be lacking. Condition of laboring class. During this period the cost of living nearly doubled. The normal price of wheat, a medimnus, rose from 3 to 5 or 6 drachmas, and there was perhaps an even greater advance in the cost of meat. At the close of the period, a sheep fit for sacrifice was worth about 30 drachmas, an ox of the best quality and weight 400 drachmas. At the same time, however, wages doubled or trebled. The daily pay of an ordinary freeman rose from 3 obols to 1.5 drachmas, of a mechanic from 1 to 2 and 2.5 drachmas. Notwithstanding the rise in the cost of living, therefore, free laborers were in as good a condition at the close of the period as at the beginning. So great was the demand for laborers that no problem of the unemployed arose to vex either statesman or political scientist. Athens had no mob of chronic idlers. Small farms were still cultivated, as in the 5th century, mainly by free hands. Free day laborers were still employed on large estates, although the great majority of hands were servile. The positions of steward and foreman on large farms were open to competent men of free birth, though often filled by slaves or freedmen. From the servile and freed classes, too, were often drawn the foremen of shops and the managers of banks. Slavery had encroached upon free labor somewhat beyond the condition of the Periclean age. To a total of about 100,000 free souls, citizen and metic, we must reckon 120,000 to 150,000 slaves. This encroachment, though appreciable, was not yet sufficient to revolutionize society, create a slaveholding capitalistic class, or pauperize the masses. The higher standard of life in this period made the struggle of the poor somewhat more difficult, but it was still possible for an artisan of average strength and intelligence to earn a fair living for his family, whereas the wife and children of an unskilled workman had always been accustomed to an ill-furnished hut and a meager table. Banking. The increasing commercial enterprise of the period promoted the growth of banking. The temples had long been accustomed to receive from states and individuals deposits for safekeeping, and in time it was found more and more practicable to let out such sums on interest. Private banks were a development from the money changers' trade, which lay in the hands of slaves and freedmen, and for that reason the great bankers of the period belonged to the latter class. Among them the most notable was Paesion, who lived in the first half of the century. Beginning with nothing, this freedman during his lifetime amassed a fortune of 30 talents. His public benefactions were rewarded with the citizenship, and the soundness of his business character gave him credit throughout the Hellenic world. The method of business was to receive deposits on interest, to make loans at a higher rate on the security of land or capital, to issue letters of credit, and to engage at times in commercial enterprises. In a business of this kind, it was especially advantageous to have an extensive capital and security. With this end in view, partnerships were sometimes formed, as in other enterprises, or banking stock was sold. Measured by the modern standard, however, the greatest banking business of this period was diminutive. The capital of Paesion invested at the time of his death amounted to no more than 50 talents. Though conducted on a small scale, as was every branch of business, banking facilitated the circulation of money and in the same degree the activity of industry and commerce. With this influence cooperated the increase in the volume of precious metals through mining, importations, and the secularization of temple treasuries. These developments, while making it possible for some of the Greek states to issue gold coins, greatly enhanced wages and the cost of living. Limitation of resources in Greece. From the beginning, the Greeks had occupied an area of meager resources, which by sheer energy and intellect they had made to minister admirably to their material and spiritual needs. The field of their activity, however, was narrowly limited, on the east by the Persian Empire, on the west by the Carthaginian sphere of influence. From the richest portions of the known world, therefore, they were cut off, and thus from the possibility of amassing gigantic fortunes. Among the causes contributory to the same end we must reckon the smallness and instability of the states, the rarity and temporary character of partnerships and of business corporations, the love of respectability surpassing the desire for wealth, and finally the spirit of self-restraint which fixed a limit to material desires and ambitions. Hence it was that in the century following the age of Pericles, there was in Athens, the commercial center and money market of Hellas, no overgrowth of capitalism with its attendant laboring proletariat. In fact, no serious disturbance in the proportion of rich and poor. Economic organization of the household. A potent reason for the slow growth of specialized industries lay in the economic organization of the household, which made it in a high degree self-sufficing. Although day laborers and shopkeepers had to buy their subsistence, the majority of Athenians derived from their farms all or nearly all the vegetable and animal products which they needed for their own use. Within the household, these raw materials were converted into flour, bread, yarn, cloth and clothes, leather, and other necessary articles. A few wares only, such as wheat, metals, dyes, and medicine, had to be bought, and the well-to-do purchased in the market fine cloths, shoes, jewelry, wines, and other luxuries, whereas for slaves, homemade articles were good enough. The management of such a household was divided between husband and wife. The husband supervised the out-of-door labors, which were mainly concerned with the production of the raw materials, while he left to his wife their conversion into useful goods. She exercised the function of training the slaves in the skilled industries and of molding their character by punishments and rewards, of nursing them when sick, prescribing remedies according to home recipes, and aiming in all these manners to win their affection and loyalty by kindness. Her task was far more difficult than that of her husband, and involved heavier responsibilities than have thus far been entrusted to women in the modern industries. While Athenian women were still legally incapacitated for business and were often spoken of as inferior, the intelligent man willingly admitted that his wife was equal to himself in worth and might even be his superior. Some, as Plato, were of the opinion that women were by nature like men and should for that reason engage in political and military life. Others, like Xenophon, held that, though equal, they were different by nature and adapted, therefore, to a different set of functions. From this class of thinkers came the highest tribute to woman. Xenophon represents a citizen as thus addressing his wife after remarking upon the joy of success in the performance of her manifold functions. But the greatest joy of all will be to prove yourself my better, to make me your faithful follower, knowing no dread lest as the years advance you should decline in honor in your household, but rather trusting that though your hair turn gray, yet in proportion as you come to be a better helpmate to myself and to the children, a better guardian of our home, so will your honor increase throughout the household as mistress, wife, and mother, daily more dearly prized. For it is not through excellence of outward form, but by reason of the luster of virtue shed forth upon the life of man, that increase is given to things beautiful and good. Marriage and divorce. The legal object of marriage was the perpetuation of the family, that the gods might receive their customary sacrifices and the state might not lack citizens. Over and above this aim were recognized the motives of mutual helpfulness and affection, a happy life, and during old age protection and support, if needed, at the hands of children properly reared. As the resources of the country were limited and colonization had become impracticable, statesmen and political thinkers considered it necessary to keep the population stationary. From primitive times, the father had continued to exercise the discretionary right to expose his children at their birth. Girls and weak or deformed boys were most frequently the victims. Exposed children died or were taken up and adopted by others, or were enslaved or condemned to a life of shame. This usage is so repugnant to Christian civilization that we cannot treat it with equanimity. While militating against human kindliness, it contributed to the physical vitality of the race. Eugenists added regulation for marriage and for the birth and nurture of children. In Athens, these advantages were more than offset by the early wifehood of girls and the frequent intermarriages of near kin. As the Athenians were not essentially a money-making people, they attached great importance to keeping the paternal estate within the family. In this spirit, they preferred to give a daughter or sister in marriage to a kinsman, that the dowry might not fall into alien hands. Property was divided equally among sons, and girls received dowries roughly proportioned to the value of the estate. If there were daughters only, they inherited, but in that case the nearest male kinsman had a right to claim them in marriage. To clear the way for such unions, it often happened that divorces were brought about. By such means, the usages of property too often rendered marriage and divorce a purely business arrangement, and thus undermined the stability of the family. Average life of Athenians. Our most intimate knowledge of Athenian life and social thought is reached through the medium of the orators, through the pleadings of plaintiff and defendant in the courts of law. It is the nature of such sources to bring to the light of day the most sordid and petty side of a people's character, and yet the modern reader of these speeches is forced to the conviction that the Athenian litigants and their kinsfolk had normal ideas of right and wrong, that they possessed approximately the same failings and the same virtues as the people of today, that there was among them no widespread want or misery, that in brief the average life of the plain Athenians was wholesome and happy. End of chapter 24.